Chapter 1666. What, you're putting on a tragic drama now, aren't you? You're even firing at me. Why don't you just stand there and let me do it again? I'll definitely aim accurately this time. In the domain of the abyssal death shroud, waves of destructive energy caused by void tremors raged in the black cloud. The impact of the order domain had temporarily stopped, and Yun Nuoshing had the magic circle to stand by his side. He did not continue to attack the abyssal death shroud, but there were still scenes of endless energy bursting out one after another. The abyssal death shroud in this void domain had a chain reaction due to the lack of a certain special factor. They could not even stabilize themselves and were disintegrating in the void. Everyone carried the order domain and walked forward steadily in the sky full of energy flames, and could not help but sigh as they looked at the scene around them. Most of the abyssal death shroud that was born from the energy source would also die when the energy source was destroyed or taken away. Just like every unit under a node's control, they would lose control when the node was lost, unless they could evolve into each unit with independent intelligence or even more souls. At the very least, they would have to be a collection of consciousness of a soul. In the end, the abyssal death shroud uses the energy source, and it's their own fault that they self-destruct when the energy source is taken away. After all, they are just puppets without brains or souls, one-time consumables. Using the energy source to strengthen them to a certain level would naturally cause a chain reaction due to its disappearance. We don't have such worries, Jing Yun explained as he looked at the sky full of fireworks. Then he looked back and saw Hui holding his head and smiling. In front of Hui Jun was the young man who was rolling his eyes. It seemed that Hui Jun was being scolded, although he also felt that the "fire at me" was a little too heroic, and even he felt that he was about to be killed by friendly fire in the void, and would dissipate into a ball of light before he could enter his coffin. "All right, young man. Hui Jun probably just wanted to set off the atmosphere. He's still attacking, so let him go." Jing Yun stepped forward and said. Yun Nuoshing glanced at him, scratched his head, and sighed. "You don't know, this guy is very cunning. You never know what kind of shocking words he will say next time. If you don't teach him a lesson now, he will be even more unscrupulous next time." "Then you guys can continue." "No, let's not care about him." Yun Nuoshing shook her head and glanced at a certain guardian who had been pretending to be stupid. She rolled her eyes and sighed. "I'll beat you up again next time. I'll let it go this time. Let's take a look at the current situation." The energy source had already broken free from the control of the abyssal death shroud. The abyssal death shroud and its manifestations that were originally formed by the energy source were also gradually releasing fireworks on their own. It was equivalent to the collapse of an absolute order, causing the abyssal death shroud in this area to rapidly disintegrate. Countless energies exploded out of thin air and dissipated in the void. No one knew how many things they had done with the energy source before this, but the only thing that could be seen was that it was very vast. The scene was so vast that it made one's liver tremble. "What's the situation with the energy source?" With a wave of her hand, Jing Yun took out a crystal sphere wrapped in a transparent barrier. At the center of the crystal sphere was a vortex condensed from faint blue clouds. At the center of the vortex was a glinting white light that resembled a cluster of galactic clouds, but at first glance she did not quite understand. "It's a little like the mouth of a spring. The energy gushing out of it all originates from the void, but it's energy that has been processed by its own laws. It feels a little like a world core." She could see a little of it with a second glance, but only a little. However, a normal world core wouldn't emit laws and order outwards. Only in the aspect of energy would it appear similar. That's why there's a saying that it's an incomplete world core. However, we're still used to calling it an energy source, Jing Yun explained. Incomplete world core. Does that mean it's a half-formed world core? That's why it would spew laws and order outwards like a fish spitting out bubbles. However, it has lost its own world, and only the world core remains. These laws and order have lost their roots and drifted away into the void. Yun Nuoshing pondered for a moment and roughly understood the origin of this name. However, it was still different from the normal world core. Without a special method to deal with it, the world core and the world itself were connected in a series. If one side died, the other would follow. The time difference in the whole process was no more than 11 seconds. A failed origin world would not have a situation where only one world core was left. They would all return to the void together. From this point of view, the energy source point and the world core had nothing to do with each other. The name was probably just for the sake of understanding in the early stages. Taking the energy source from Jingyun, Yun Nuoshing stared at it for a while, but could not see anything too strange. But it was hard to see and understand, and that was strange. There was nothing too special about it. It looked just like a normal, bubbling energy spring. It felt similar to the star spirit spring that he had inexplicably fished up last time. It must be because he could not see through its essence. After looking at it for a while, Yun Nuoshing handed it to Jingyun. How do you use this thing? Just use normal energy to bind it in the sanctum of origins. We have a small amount of origin energy and origin precepts, so we don't need its energy, order, and precepts. What we want is its own characteristics, which can make the realm of order spread and consolidate faster. But we don't need to suppress that part. It's better than nothing. Jingyun glanced at the abyssal death shroud that was still playing with fireworks. After confirming that they would not need to fight for a while, she took the energy source and walked towards the sanctum of origins. Then I'll go deal with it first. After watching Jingyun walk into the sanctum, Yun Nuoshing looked away and frowned as he rubbed his bangs. Hui saw this and quickly came up to him. What's wrong, Feng? Is there a problem with that thing? No, the problem. I didn't find anything wrong with it. It's just that, from my point of view, it feels like something is not right. Should I say it's too normal, or maybe it's because I think it's too normal. I keep having the feeling that this thing is not that simple. Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly and shook his head. Maybe I'm overthinking. Aside from a layer of grayness on my senses, I don't feel anything wrong. Since the origin energy and the annihilation energy did not feel anything wrong, there should be no problem. Hui rolled his eyes and suddenly clapped his hands. It's a typical feeling of having high expectations and then being disappointed. Probably, Yun Nuoshing said. There was no need to fight for the rest of the journey. It was as festive as a festival where silver flowers and fiery trees bloomed all over the sky. Every abyssal death shroud and spawn in the void region before them had all fallen into self-destruction. They had already walked millions of miles, and the destruction and collapse were still happening. The speed at which they passed was probably the same as the speed at which the abyssal death shroud was spreading after losing control of its energy source. Everywhere they went, it was a scene of universal celebration. I thought it would be the same as the speed of the transmission of rules, but it would all crumble in an instant, leaving nothing but empty space behind. Yun Nuoshing repeatedly waved his hand to have the thousands of magic circles gather energy, and then threw a thought to stop them whenever he saw the energy flares. How long would this last? He could not help asking. That depends on how much they have done with the energy source over the years. Jingyun looked up into the distance. The spectacular self-destruction had been going on for more than 2 hours, and it certainly looked tragic. Still, when she thought about how the energy source had been occupied for at least millions of years, or at most 20 million years, she suddenly felt that it was not that surprising. An energy source that directly transforms void energy and unleashes rules and order. Let alone millions of years, even a few dozen thousand years would be enough for them to do a lot of things. It would be enough for them to spread tens of millions of worlds and fill an entire void region. If not for the problem with the abyssal death shroud itself, I don't think it would be that easy to take down that energy source. Even 1/5 of it that could move could be surrounded like that. If they were not affected at all, wouldn't they have to attack for a while? I think it would be more likely for them to carry it away. Yun Nuoshing turned towards Hui. That thing is mobile. Oh, you're right. Hui slapped his forehead. Since the front line they were advancing on was in a bloodless state, Yun Nuoshing thought about it and once again monitored the situation of the entire void front line. There was no trouble in other places as well. That 1/5 of the abyssal death shroud that was not moving well could not stop the advance of the worlds of order. Apart from them, the advance of other nodes was rather uniform, and they were the only ones who rushed into the depths like a thorn. They had to see how far the energy source affected, and had no choice but to keep chasing. They had also left a teleportation energy mark behind them, and their escape route was unimpeded unless the Chaos Spectres personally blocked their escape route. Then they would just have to accept their fate. It was also because of the abyssal death shroud's near-crippling effect that Yun Nuoshing did not continue to think of a conspiracy, no matter how smooth things were going. Who would throw out such a scheme to cut off one's own arm first? A trick of self-injury? This was not just flesh but bone. Judging from the self-destruction along the way, he was sure that this energy source had been toyed with by the death mist of the abyss for many years. If there were no accidents, it would continue to torment it in the future. Therefore, if it was really a conspiracy, then it could only be that it had gone too far. Still, there was nothing to be surprised about. After all, the attack this time was launched because the abyssal death shroud was obviously having problems. If they had arranged 8 million elite troops to guard the front line, they would not have taken the initiative to attack the abyssal death shroud even if they had nothing better to do. Under such circumstances, there was only one outcome for an early battle, an endless battle, and the defensive line would keep retreating. Lord Maple, there's an unknown energy explosion in the abyssal death shroud. It seems to be the abyssal death shroud's self-destruction. The report that rang in Yun Nuoshing's mind snapped him out of it. It seemed that the abyssal death shroud and its spawns that had escaped from the current area had rushed to the front line of the void where the other nodes were guarding, and killed themselves along the way. He guessed that the commotion caused by their self-destruction might have also involved some of his own people. You can think of it as the collapse of the node chain. It started from here. Don't be nervous. Similar information came one after another. Yun Nuoshing had no choice but to explain to everyone once before this information was dealt with by them. Maple, in front. Look in front. Hui suddenly moved to his side and pointed ahead with a lowered voice. Yun Nuoshing looked up, and his pupils contracted slightly. Standing in the void, amidst the dazzling energy explosion that filled the void, a huge black unknown object was illuminated. It was a half-melted hybrid that looked like a mixture of melted ice cream and vomit before being dyed with a bucket of ink. It was disgusting enough to look at, and it was even steadily emanating the presence of the abyssal death shroud, which made everyone feel even more disgusted. It's that distorted creation. Why would it be brought here? Yun Nuoshing's expression turned serious. The distorted creations that they created in the underworld were all formed by the world core of the world of order through some completely unreasonable means. It was not a good thing, but they could not figure out what it was used for. Speaking of which, it had been quite some time since they last saw that half-melted thing, and they suddenly missed it a little when they saw it again. A distorted creation formed by the distortion of the world of order, and formed through the constant collision and recombination of the rules. Indeed, its presence is leaning towards the side of chaos. Jing Yun nodded as she listened to Yun Nuoshing and Hui. But this one looks a little different from what we've seen before. This one's degree of evolution is probably better, and the energy it emanates is more stable. Hui said, and his eyes suddenly flashed, and the corner of his mouth pulled into a strange smile. Now that the abyssal death shroud was not under control, and this thing appeared before them, they could cut it into pieces, and then distorted creation. Yun Nuoshing murmured, and subconsciously raised her hand, and all the magic circles around her resumed their rotation, and energy gathered. Destroy, destroy. Anyway, they had already destroyed many of these things, and it was not a problem to destroy one more. Hearing his words, we suddenly jumped up and hurriedly shouted from the side, Hey, wait a minute, Feng. This is a good opportunity. Yun Nuoxing's hand paused, and she looked at Hui, puzzled. What opportunity? Didn't we talk about it when we destroyed these distorted creations in the lower plane? But the place was not good at that time, and no matter what we discussed, we could not implement it. But now, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Hui shook his head and threw away all the unnecessary words, and went straight to the point. There's a distorted creation in front of us that the underworld has no time to deal with for the time being, and it's right here. Let's do it this way, and trap it in a place that is completely isolated from the order and rules of the outside world, and then slowly dismantle it. Maybe we can find out something. I know. That's a good guess, but at this time... Yun Nuoxing frowned slightly and cast her gaze to the front. Even if we don't talk about the thing itself, it's already very hard to destroy it without attracting their attention, and if we want to bring it over, there's a 70% chance that it will attract the attention of the underworld. What if we're caught by them, and then they come here? At this time, if a person suddenly appears, I think the situation may not be too good, and eliminating the spoils of war is a small matter. About this, don't worry. We gave a thumbs up and grinned. I've explored a little, and there's a way to use the absolute power of order to completely cover it up, and make sure that no one in the underworld knows what we're doing and what this distorted creation has become. Don't worry, you can't go wrong if you listen to me. Come, Feng, you first aim at the void in front, at the coordinates that I've pointed out for you, aim at those few places, and use the rule destruction to hit them. Later, I'll go and bring it over. Yun Nuoxing tilted her head and looked at him. The coordinates shown in the spiritual communication was a completely empty place, and if she threw a torrent of energy at that place, there should be no way to destroy the distorted creation unless the energy torrent was wide enough. That's right, it was just hitting the distorted creation in a circle. What was Hui thinking? Could it be because of the Guardian's perspective? What did he see? Forget it, let's just hit it first. Although Hui did not run away, he was still very relieved when he did things properly. Yun Nuoxing nodded and waved her hand to let the magic array aim at the few positions where Hui came out from. After a few seconds, tens of thousands of energy torrents were condensed in a focused form and blasted at those few points. In an instant, the torrents penetrated the void, and when they penetrated the void next to the distorted creation, Yun Nuoxing suddenly trembled. She obviously came into contact with the feeling of something being destroyed, but she could not see it at all with her eyes. It seemed that some rules were being destroyed, but it was not the same feeling, probably because the rules of the distorted creation itself were being distorted. After the tens of thousands of energy torrents roared, the distorted creation suddenly trembled, and then the dazzling dark light emitted from inside suddenly shrank, and its size suddenly shrank. Hui took this opportunity to launch an attack, like a comet streaking across the distorted creation the size of a giant planet, and then the distorted creation disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a moment, and the domain next to her trembled, and Hui's figure emerged. Yun Nuoxing and Jing Yun both looked at him, and he waved at the two of them, showing a shiny smile of 800 stars, and opened his palm to show the thing in front of them. Look, what is this? Yun Nuoxing looked at it, and the thing in his hand was a half-melted ice cream wrapped in a transparent crystal ball. Ah, it was the distorted creation, but it had been shrunk to this size and packaged as an ornament and looked lifelike. If it was magnified a few million times, it would be the size of the giant planet just now. Jing Yun blinked her eyes, feeling exceptionally surprised as she said, "Is this the barrier of the energy source? You imitated it so quickly?" "It's not an imitation, it's the original, and it's exactly the same as the barrier of the energy source." Hui held his arms and raised his head proudly. I used the Guardian's barrier to block it and accidentally analyzed it completely, and then found that it could be used for isolation. Actually, it was used to protect its own cradle, but I used it as an isolation space, and it can isolate most of the void rules and order to a large extent. It's the castrated and reduced version of the immune space. Amazing, it can do to this extent. The Guardian's authority. Half-half. We saw that Feng kept looking at him like he was a maggot, and smiled sheepishly, but he still could not suppress the smile on his face. I can clearly see how it spread out its roots and took root in the void. Feng, what you just destroyed was its roots, and then I went to pull it out. Very simple, right? Yun Nuashing. So, what are you going to do with it? Of course, I'm going to blow it up, Hui said matter-of-factly, and then quickly handed the thing in his hand to Jing Yun. And then let a more professional person explain it to us. I have no problem with that. Yun Nuashing nodded. Jing Yun knew more than them, even if that part of it was washed away by the tide of chaos. You guys are obviously more familiar with this thing. Okay, I know, it needs the knowledge of our era. Jing Yun smiled bitterly and shook her head. Then tell me more about this distorted creation. I might be able to deduce something. But to be honest, they did not know much about the distorted creation, and it was estimated that they were not much better than Jing Yun. So, they told Jing Yun all the information, the result of the deduction, probably the confirmed information, the result of the conjecture, and the phenomena seen. They were all thrown to Jing Yun, and were not afraid of confusing him. As Jing Yun listened, he fiddled with the crystal ball in his hand, peeling off the shell layer by layer with energy, bit by bit exploring every line, every ray of light, and even a small structure, and then his expression became a little more serious. Yun Nuashing saw that his expression was not right, and gradually became serious, and when she came over, she strengthened the seal of the domain of order. This thing is a bit like the node of the sanctum of origin, but its energy is at the level of chaos, so it should be called a chaos node. Jing Yun lowered his head and stared at a part of the thing in the crystal ball, his brows knitted together. This is just a part, the other part, it is like a small sealed world that gathers the abyssal death mist, void energy, rules and order, a bit like a cradle. It should be trying to breed something in it. Yun Nuashing and Hui were stunned when they heard that, and their expressions became serious. Jing Yun continued. If, as you said, this distorted creation is all over the void, they may want to use this small node to set up a huge energy vein in the void. What will happen then? Hui gulped and quickly asked. Jing Yun looked at him with a serious expression and said seriously, in the past, the Empyrean god of origin used the sanctum of origin to set up an origin domain that covered the entire void of order. The entire void of order, as long as it was known and discovered, would be filled with the presence of energy strengthened by the origin energy, so that the entire void of order would have the power to resist the void of chaos. The abyssal death mist node, that is similar to the origin node, set up all over the void. These two, and the previous speculation, make me have to suspect that, brother, once the underworld and the other's big net is completed, then the void of orders already. Small chance of victory, maybe even. Yun Nuashing slapped his head with a headache. Here it comes again, this kind of terrible news again. How many types of powers do they have under their control? We patted him on the shoulder with a pale face. Don't forget, there is still the power of chaos. Yun Nuashing. Would it kill you not to deliberately remind me at this time? Chapter 1667. What did it feel like to deal with an enemy that could not be seen or touched? There should not be much difference between the normal type. At most, the enemy would have the upper hand and be completely confused about what the enemy was doing. They could only be forced to fight back. They would not be able to move until the enemy jumped out to cause trouble. They would be in a defensive state for a long time. If it was a special type, including the above, there would be some other special things, such as the underworld. Because the underworld did not mess around with normal things, they had to deal with the underworld's attack as much as possible to find out what the underworld was doing in the void. Otherwise, they would not be able to clean up the mess after the war. Although from memory, the void came out to clean up the battlefield not long after the war. That was not the point. The point was that they had to deal with the underworld's mess in the void, such as the strange things that they created with the power of the god of origin, the strange things that they created with the power of the chaos concept body, and the strange things that they were originally a strange thing. All of these needed to be dealt with. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy to be able to fight and retreat at the same time. Their understanding of the underworld was almost all guesswork. The little information they had was obtained from Chi, Hao, and the fledgling. The two of them were still locked in the two spaces and had not woken up until now. Their consciousness had probably given up struggling, so they could not get any more information from them. In the past, even if they came into contact with the underworld, they might not be able to recognize it. Even if they recognized it, they were not sure if they could recognize it. There was no such thing in their knowledge at all. So now, the appearance of Jing Yun and the rest had solved Yun Nuoxing and the rest's urgent problem. Thanks to them, the quality and quantity of information about the underworld should be improved in the future. Not long after returning to the world of order, there were frequent high-energy explosions, which made Yun Nuoxing and Hui feel a little unbearable. An invisible enemy, who had the upper hand, was very troublesome to deal with in all aspects. Yun Nuoxing thought of the Chaos Spectre again, and felt a little headache. Phew! Now we should be glad that only we know it's not too late. Hui smiled bitterly. Probably it's not too late. Although I think it's already very late. Yun Nuoxing rubbed her forehead and objected. It's already the middle to the end of the 51st era. God knows how many of these things the underworld has created in the void in the past 10 eras. Well, the first 10 eras were probably bumpy, constantly perfecting and researching. It was not until recently that they created a more perfect, distorted creation. God knows how many of these things the underworld has mass-produced recently. Hui smiled bitterly and turned to look at Jing Yun, who was still staring at the distorted creation. If that big net is formed, the entire void of order will be dragged into the domain of the underworld, and the abyssal death mist will be able to do whatever it wants in the world of order without holding back? That's about it. Jing Yun nodded and quickly said when she saw the serious expression on their faces. But there's no need to be so nervous. They can't place the nodes in the upper plane under such circumstances. As long as there aren't enough abyssal death mist nodes in the void of order, they won't be able to cover the entire void of order and affect the upper plane that doesn't have node. As for placing a domain in their own domain, well, it would at most make the power of the abyssal death mist stronger. The first one is fine as long as the ceiling circle doesn't explode. But the one at the back, how much stronger would it be? If they completely copied the method of the heavenly god of origin and the others, well, that's unlikely. I'll just include that part in the error, and after some calculations, about 30%? Staring at Jing Yun's 3 fingers, Yun Nuoxing let out a long sigh. Surrender? Hui shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and patted Yun Nuoxing on the shoulder. Surrender? I'm willing to join the abyssal death mist. Jing Yun. Ahem, that's enough joking. Hui coughed dryly and waved his hand. Holding his breath, he said, this net shouldn't have taken shape yet, right? Can you find out the situation on their side from this node? For example, how many nodes have been placed, or how many nodes are missing to piece the net together? You're making things difficult for me. This is just a node. At most, I know where it's connected to, and it's just a rather vague direction. Jing Yun shook her head. This node isn't as complete as the node in the Temple of Origin. To put it bluntly, it's a shoddy thing. So many things that should be there are, well, I don't see them anyway. Keep exploring and see if you can find anything. For example, the cradle you mentioned. Try and see if you can find out what's inside, Yun Nuoshing said softly, waving her hand to activate all the circles. It's about time to continue. Hui and Jing Yun both looked up. It was then that they realized that in the short time they were conversing, the frequent energy bursts around them had become so sparse that they were almost completely gone. A vast expanse of empty void appeared before them, and the stormy cloud wall formed by the abyssal death mist stared at them from afar. The collapse of the abyssal death mist, caused by the loss of control of the energy source, had ended. Everything that should have been blown up had been blown up, and what was left was the abyssal death mist that had nothing to do with the energy source. Yun Nuoshing began to operate the circles. Seeing that they had no intention of attacking, and considering that the abyssal death mist was still 80% out of control and 20% out of control, she suddenly said, "Should we push the void seal here? And sort out the situation in the territory, huh?" Hui muttered, pinching his chin. "That's possible. First, consolidate the realm of order, push the void seal here, and put the new territory under the control of the world of order. Purify it. Now we've stretched the front line too far, and it's the enemy's territory in front of us and behind us. Although we've left some energy towers to interfere, it's still easy to cut off our path. We could teleport directly back to the void seal, but that would mean that the land we just conquered would be for nothing. Then let's stabilize this part of the territory first." Yun Nuoshing nodded. With a wave of her hand, a circle adjusted its direction and pointed above the void. Moments later, a beam of energy accompanied by dozens of spiraling energies shot out from the circle, dispelling the gloom of the void like a beacon. When they saw the beacon appear, everyone's expression turned serious. They quickly ran to the bottom of the energy towers and adjusted the energy output of the energy towers. After about 10 seconds, dozens of energy light pillars shot up into the sky, accompanied by the huge beacon emitting light towards the void. The presence of the beacon has been confirmed. Now let the void seal push forward. Everyone, clear the area and switch the energy output of the energy towers. Either way, clear the area first. Open the path, open the path. Let's hurry up and get those ghastly things away from here. We're going to let the void seal push forward. Purify the territory in front of us and let the power of order spread to where we set foot. Clear the area. Ignore the rest of the death shroud of the abyss for now. We have plenty of ways to wipe them out once they're sucked into the realm of order. Hui heaved a sigh of relief when he heard a series of responses in his soul. He then took out the Guardian's shield and threw it into the beacon constructed by Maple. Suddenly, a sacred aura appeared in the energy that was emitting the signal of order to all parts of the void. It spread out along with the signal that was emitted to the entire front line of the void. It's been a long time since I've seen something like this. In the past, when we were on an expedition to the Void of Chaos, we also used this method to occupy the Void of Chaos. Jing Yun looked at the scene with some nostalgia surging on her face. She could not help but sigh. A quick and convenient method. Well, the method that we found out from the bottom-level information of the realm of the gods is indeed very useful. The Void Seal was also constructed using more or less the same method. Without that part of the guidance, we might not be able to use this level of territory. We could not help but nod. Just like the energy vein that was mentioned earlier, they also used a similar method to deal with the problem of territory and territory. With the beacon as the lead, they spread out the energy with the imprint of order. All the nodes scattered across the front line of the void would resonate with this energy and become the energy source of the beacon. The energy would continue to spread out. The energy would spread out and leave a unique imprint of energy in the void, the dimension of the real world, and the concept layer of the rules. When the time is right, these imprints would close up and form a temporary territory, turning the place that the imprint encircled into their territory. As for the other forces that existed in the territory, that was not a problem. As the encircled territory was already controlled by the power of order, the abyssal death shrouds that were trapped here would also cut off all contact with the main forces behind. The only thing that was left here were just trapped beasts that could not escape. They just needed to spend a little effort to exterminate them. However, the temporary territory and the void seal would not merge into one for the time being. First of all, they still had to completely clean up all the abyssal death shrouds in the temporary territory. Only after all the effects of the battle between the two forces of order would the temporary territory and the void seal merge into one. This part was generally left to the realm of order to deal with. They could continue to move forward while waiting. Fighting and absorbing the territory would not interfere with either. Confirmed that the realm of order has closed. From now on, we will begin to exterminate the abyssal death shrouds that are trapped in the territory. As Yun Nua was the beacon, they had advanced much further than the other teams at the other node. This time, it would probably take a lot of time to clean up. However, the other nodes could handle it. They didn't need to worry about things in the realm of order. How's the distorted creation? Hui made sure that there were no accidents. He then looked at Jing Yun. Did you find anything? I'm actually feeling rather strange right now. Jing Yun had a strange expression on her face. Its level of encryption isn't very high. I even feel that the underworld did not intend to encrypt it at all. These energy arrays used for concealment and concealment seem to have been casually placed on it. They seem to have vacated this space to allow the most important part to evolve faster. But that's where the problem lies. After I opened it up, I realized that there isn't much useful information inside. Yun Nuoxing and Hui, I can vaguely sense that there are a few hundred energies that resonate with it in the void. This number is very normal. Furthermore, they are all in the middle and lower planes. That's not a problem. After that, there aren't any more. The cradle doesn't even have any reaction. It's blurry. There isn't even a strand of hair. Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath. Although she no longer had any expectations, she still subconsciously asked, is the cradle nurturing life or something else? Can you tell from this? The cradle could not only nurture life, it could also nurture something else. For example, a stillbirth. Nonsense. What he wanted to say was that the situation in the cradle was very complicated. Due to the state of primordial chaos, many of the structural rules had yet to take shape. It was very difficult to figure out what was inside without the structural rules. However, even if they could not figure it out, it did not mean that Jing Yun could not figure it out as well. She was a big shot who stood in a completely different realm. She was not someone that the small origins and the new primeval could compare to. Oh, that. Let me see. Jing Yun replied. She lowered her head and looked at the distorted creation that had turned into a crystal ball. After a while, she looked up. If I'm not wrong, it should be BB life. There are a few rules that are still in primordial chaos that are emitting very weak life waves. Abyssal death mist life forms. Yun Nuoxing murmured softly. Hui and Jing Yuanji could not help but turn to look at her. It is indeed a cradle formed with the abyssal death mist as the main carrier. Although it is mixed with the rules of order and primordial chaos, the influence should not exceed the former. Jing Yun first nodded in response, then said, but whether this strange energy can give birth to life like other energies is another matter altogether. I've seen very little of this kind of tangled and mixed primordial chaos, so theoretically speaking, it should be impossible. Yun Nuoxing shook her head. There are two. Abyssal death mist life forms. There are two. Oh, that's normal. After all, this void is just a dice game. No matter how much theory you have, you can't mess with the void. Moreover, there are many traces of the underworld's people making changes in the cradle. It is understandable that there is a 1 in a billion chance. Jing Yun nodded when she heard that. She had seen many big scenes. This was not surprising. Then, she looked at Yun Nuoxing curiously. Where are they? Can I have a look? Yun Nuashing blinked her eyes. The expression on her face changed for a moment. Then, she nodded. She said yes. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden divine light appeared behind Yun Nuashing. It was as if the clouds were parted to reveal the sun. Endless golden light shone down, illuminating the void. A girl with a wingspan of 4 to 5 meters quietly appeared behind him. She appeared in front of everyone's eyes along with the golden ashes that were scattered here. The little angel nodded at Jing Yun. Her golden eyes fluttered slightly. She casually greeted, "Hello." It lives in your soul." Jing Yun raised his eyebrows slightly. He scanned the little angel from head to toe for a moment. Then, he looked down at the distorted creation in his hand. "Oh, so that's how it is. It is not considered a primordial life. It is only a life form that is mainly carried by the abyssal death mist. It is not an attempt to catalyze the abyssal death mist into a primordial life. Well, the probability of the birth of a primordial life is so low that it is disgusting. If one were to use such conditions to catalyze it, the probability would be thousands of zeros after the decimal point. The former was a part of the normal process of the void itself evolving into a world. As for the latter, it was a man-made miracle. It was almost impossible. But the nature of the void, forget it. It was more or less the same thing. He was too lazy to complain. However, he already knew that the little angel was not a primordial life. It was just that it sounded like it at first glance. In fact, it had skipped the step of the void evolving into a world and let the void mix energy and rules to directly evolve into a life form. It was using the latter as a hotbed and cradle. But in fact, it was a normal life form that was born from a world. It was just that in the process, the world that was the bed was kicked away and replaced with a blanket. In essence, there was a huge difference between it and a primordial life. Let's put it this way. The process of a normal world evolving into a life form was a complete package. Order, rules, structural rules, these were all arranged. But the primordial life, before it was born and descended into the real world, it was uncertain. The former was shaped and grew, while the latter was shaped and then grew. He felt that he should have figured it out. Since there was no foundation of a world, the only similarity was that the scene of them crawling out of their mother's womb was very similar. The little angel gritted her 2 canine teeth and stared at Yun Nuashing. The golden Mei Mao flashed vigorously, sending him a message that said, "If you think of these weird things again, I will bite you later." Yun Nuashing scratched his head and stuck out his tongue. His mind had accidentally wandered. "Did you see anything?" "Not yet." Jing Yun shook her head. "Even if I know something, I can't figure out what the underworld wants to do in such a short time. However, I don't even need to think about it. Since they want to create a life form from the abyssal death fog, it must be useful. You'd better hide her well. My spiritual world is still quite safe." Yun Nuashing shrugged. After a moment, he said, "Unless I want to die." Hui and Jing Yun. The so-called safest place was also the most dangerous place. Judging from the frequency of this guy seeking death, they felt that the little angel had always been living in an abyss of suffering. The little angel came out and walked around. When she found that she had nothing to do, she returned to Yun Nuashing's spiritual world. Before she went back, she whispered a sentence in a low voice. "The speed of that will is exhilarating. If you have any plans, you'd better hurry." Yun Nuashing and the others looked at each other. They looked up at the abyssal death fog in the distance, and then looked back at the transparent realm of order. They all fell silent. At this moment, the temporary realm of order was still being cleaned up. Should they continue to fight, or let's continue to fight? Yun Nuashing spoke in the next second. "It's already an unexpected gain that the void sealing circle could be pushed back by some distance. For the time being, let's not think about the outside world. We have to arrange this part of the territory first, and then for the rest of the time." Hui nodded in understanding. He turned around and took out the Guardian's sword and shield. Next, we'll start a massacre, right? If we can kill as many as we can, it's a sure win. Just as I said at the beginning, in order to maximize the results of the battle, other than the territory, there's only killing. Then next, no need to plan, no need to discuss. Just fight. Hui was about to discuss how to fight when a colorful light flashed in front of him. Feng's figure disappeared. After a moment, in the distant void, huge stars appeared from the void. Along with them, hundreds of millions of magic circles spread out in front of them. It looked very spectacular. In just a moment, endless energy rushed into the abyssal death fog, causing a series of huge energy explosions. Is Feng getting carried away? Hui smiled bitterly. I think he's quite excited. He's used his new power well. Jing Yun shrugged her shoulders. Then, she waved her hand and gathered her group of people. All right, we'll also find a place to cause a ruckus. We won't stay together with the little brother. It's too dangerous there. Hui smiled bitterly for a moment. After watching Jing Yun go out to fight, he realized that he was the only one left. Jing Yuanji ran out to help Feng without fear of death. According to the original plan, echelons 1, 2, 3 follow me out to fight. The rest of you continue to consolidate the realm of order and clear all the remaining energy of the abyssal death fog as soon as possible. Hui waved his hand and shouted loudly. Those guys who were watching Feng's performance in the realm of order all stood up. Their faces were red like the spring breeze. They were so excited that Hui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Because of the existence of Feng, their team's killer, the others didn't seem to have anything to do. They were either watching a show or watching a show. Now that they finally got the order to attack, they were inexplicably happy. Maple occupied the most important position at the front. That was where all kinds of energy anomalies and all kinds of apocalyptic scenes were occurring. It was impossible for them to get close to it. If they did, they would be killed. Jing Yun led her people to advance from Maple's left side. Their speed was about the same, so they could attack from the right side. 4 hours had passed since they attacked the abyssal death fog. At this moment, the abyssal death fog's recovery speed was gradually increasing. Everyone knew that and fought especially hard. Everyone wanted to use this battle to tilt the scales of victory a little, especially Yun Nuoxing and the others. Yes, everyone thought so. But the future, it sounded so ironic. Chapter 1668. The battle in the void was actually quite dull. There was no fixed location, no sight of water and sky, no horizon, no galaxy, and no starry sky. There was only endless darkness that settled in time, as well as scenes of destruction that flickered wildly in the darkness. They were already used to it. Whether it was the 100 million years or the longer time they fought in the void, they had gotten used to the dullness of fighting in the void. They watched as the abyssal death shroud and the spawns rolled toward them, and then blasted out a wave of sweeping energy to cleanse the entire field before them. Soon enough, the swollen and disgusting spawns charged forward again, and were once again swept clean by a torrent of energy. The cycle went back and forth, but it was only when the abyssal death shroud was still not quite right. In the past, well, it would have been the kind where the spawns would stick together and choke each other. Sweeping and whatnot would not have existed. The abyssal death shroud's energy is rising again and has recovered to a third of its normal state. The pressure on the front lines is gradually increasing, but it is still within an easily manageable range. The abyssal death shroud in the temporary domain is still unchanged. They are a portion that was separated from the group and maintained their isolated state without being strengthened. Everyone, please hurry up and clear them out. Those who are free, please help stabilize the two domains. The range of the domain is too wide. What the hell, they are playing hide and seek. Those that are out of control are running marathons, and I've chased them across a void region. It had been 4 hours since such information was received. The temporary domain of order was rather stable, and they did not chase the abyssal death shroud into the depths. Instead, they simply stood guard at a single point and spread their domain into the shape of a long bridge. Then, using themselves as a bridgehead fortress, they firmly rooted themselves in the void and destroyed the enemies that kept surging forward in an orderly manner without any hindrance. Blocking the bridge and bombarding the abyssal death shroud that kept coming towards them appeared rather heroic at first glance. However, Hui turned his head. Boom, 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 boom. The violent tremors of laws caused the entire void to resonate rhythmically. Billions of spell formations and thousands of energy stars turned into the most luxurious of energy arrays, cascading streaks of destructive energy that could destroy heaven and earth, as if it was a game. Those energies were smashing into the void by the tons as if they were free. If they were the bridgehead, then Maple's side should be a storm passing through, something like that. Maple's efficiency in converting void energy and laws seems to have increased. Hui still had the energy to cross the battlefield and shout at Jing Yun while he was busy fighting. Hearing this, Jing Yun raised her head to look at the little brother, but she couldn't find him. All she could see was an endless amount of destructive energy soaring into the sky, spreading through the void, rampaging through the void. The entire void was trembling. Even though they were relatively far away, they could still feel the aftershocks continuously coming, and it had already been going on for 4 hours. As my little brother's mastery over the origin energy and the origin law increases, he will be able to manipulate everything within the order as he wishes. And here, I'm referring to all energies and laws. Is it because he's gradually becoming the embodiment of order? Well, at the moment it doesn't count as much. It's just that he's very, very, very close to order. Perhaps closer to order than you are, but to become the embodiment of order. I don't feel the special aura of the little brother that's comparable to the origin god, so he shouldn't have reached that level yet. Hui muttered in response, raising the guardian's sword with both hands and slashing it down forcefully into the void. A circle of golden energy abruptly exploded, and the domain of order combined with the golden energy to launch a large-scale energy shockwave, blasting the abyssal death shroud and the spawns that were approaching from all directions into fireworks in the void. Those of you who have lost more than 15% of your spirit should go and rest. I know that you guys can still fight, but it's best that you guys go and rest first. It's about time for them to recover, so I have to make sure that you guys maintain your spirit. Once the battle starts later, there won't be any time to rest, and it's about time for us to switch to a battle of infinite duration. A battle of attrition. They were reminded of the long war of 100 million years. During that period, every bit of energy had to be carefully calculated. Even if that portion of energy was not enough to sustain the domain of order for half a second longer, it had to be done. Sometimes they had to save some energy, and if there was a critical moment they might be able to come out and save the situation. Perhaps that extra half a second could decide the direction of a small-scale or large-scale battle. This was a trashy game that did not allow for mistake. Only they would keep accumulating mistakes until they revealed a flaw that would be pierced through by the opponent in a single strike. What they had to do was to try their best not to make any mistakes, and not let the mistakes accumulate to the point where it would cause this impregnable fortress to collapse. No matter how bad it was, they had to drag it out and delay that moment as much as possible. When everyone heard this, they did not continue to insist. About a third of the people responded and returned to the domain of order in a flash to rest in time and recharge their energy. Yun Nuoxing felt the movement and also turned her head. She glanced at Hui and knew what he was thinking. She also said to Jing Yuanji beside her, "Yuanji, you also go and rest for a while." "Okay, Lord Feng, please be careful." Jing Yuanji nodded, turned around, and floated away. There were still many people who stayed. Most of them were veterans who had experienced more battles and had experienced the baptism of the 100 million years of war. Some of them might have even died more times than that. When Hui proposed a battle of attrition with unlimited time, they had already habitually switched to another mode. Even their expressions had changed slightly. The destructive power of the battle still existed, but they had entered a state of conserving energy. In the training mode of the front line in the void, many of them are rookies. Fortunately, they are a group of rookies who listen to commands. They have probably been lectured before going through the official battle. This kind of opportunity is rare, but it's probably only a one-time thing. At other times, there will only be endless actual battles. The actual battles will not give these rookies any time to catch their breath. We could not help but say, how can there be so much time and opportunity? The battles in the void will always be the kind where life and death are on the line. Even the current situation is no exception. Yun Nuoshing sighed when she heard that. But if you want to talk about the problem, it's not particularly big. After all, they are all in the origin realm, and at the very least, they are celestial gods. It's just that they have suddenly thrown themselves into the battlefield of order and chaos, so they need to readjust this kind of battle that is different from the past. After they get used to it, they will naturally know how to adjust the problem of energy output, and from that, they will choose skills that are super durable. I think you want to talk about skills that are resistant to beatings. It's both. It's both. Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes and stared at the abyssal death mist in front of her. She waved her hand and unleashed a torrent of energy, digging out several huge holes in the abyssal death mist and turning it into ashes. First of all, you need to be able to withstand a beating. Only by being able to stand firm can you have the opportunity to beat someone up. So what you said is not wrong. Don't think that I'm brave just because I'm unparalleled. I've also withstood the firepower of an army of billions by myself. It's just that usually, before they can unleash their firepower, I'll first crush them to death in the void, or I'll just kill them together with their firepower. Hui and Jingyun were speechless. The best defense was offense. That's right. This was the truth of the void. It was indisputable. If you were afraid of being beaten, just beat the enemy to death. Then, no one would beat you. Hui smiled bitterly and shook his head. Suddenly, he said, Feng, do you need to rest first? You were the one who had the most energy just now. Don't, it doesn't matter. I've been directly mobilizing the energy of the void to attack. It's just that I've brought along a part of the origin aura. Don't you see that it's a little quieter? Hui and Jingyun shook their heads vigorously. No, they really didn't feel it at all. They felt that the movement was as huge as ever. It was so huge that it was ridiculous. Moreover, the more they fought, the braver they became. Hui had seen with his own eyes that the number of formations had increased from 1 million to 10 million, and then to 100 million now. Now, there were even more formations emerging from the void to join the large group of formations. It could be said that there was no upper limit to it. However, directly mobilizing the energy of the void, as expected, Feng had been breaking the limit. Normally, he would use his own energy as the main force and mobilize other energies as support. Yet, he could chisel such a huge hole in the void without using his own energy. It seemed that the influence of the origin energy and the order of origin had allowed him to do whatever he wanted to another level. Yun Nuoshing, who was fully focused on the battle, suddenly felt that something had flashed through his mind. In that instant, he was shocked. He quickly turned his gaze behind him, along with half of the formation, and countless energy surged. Even the origin energy was subconsciously rioting. Dozens of origin energy that had been mobilized roared crazily in the void, giving Hui and the others a big fright. F***CK. Feng, look closely. That thing is very scary when it's pointed at us. Hui quickly shouted. However, he saw that something was not right with Feng. That reaction just now was probably a subconscious reaction in a life-and-death situation. Feng? What's wrong? You're not in trouble again, are you? Jingyun also responded. You've just touched the sanctum of origin, and now there's a special response? No. I think that shouldn't be. Yun Nuoshing shook his head. He cautiously observed the void around him and responded cautiously. His formations were not affected too much. At this moment, the attacks pouring into the abyss death mist were excessive. Even if 80% of the formations suddenly went on strike, it would not have any effect. Yun Nuoshing muttered, "Did I see a ghost? What's wrong with you?" "I don't know." Yun Nuoshing shook his head. He really didn't know. It was like, when he was concentrating or when he was in a daze, something suddenly flashed past his senses. It was the kind of feeling where he clearly felt that something was flying past his scalp, but when he looked around in panic, he couldn't find anything. It was like a false alarm. What the hell, a false alarm? At this realm, how could there be an illusion? Hui listened to Feng's nagging for a long time, but he said that he did not feel anything at all. He threw a question mark at Jingyun, and the response was similar. Although nothing happened at the moment, he still raised his vigilance level a little. "Girl, 10 seconds ago, my soul. There was no abnormality. The origin energy did not have any abnormal reaction. It should have nothing to do with the origin. The same goes for the annihilation energy." The telepathic little angel knew what he was going to say when he opened his mouth. She immediately answered, "However, I did feel a throbbing. A very real throbbing. Something unknown must have happened just now." Yun Nuoshing was speechless when he heard that. What is this? Apart from the origin energy and the chaos, is there a third thing that is only second to them going to happen to me? The thing that happened suddenly and disappeared suddenly as if it was just a small interlude. After a while, Yun Nuoshing returned to the rhythm of bombarding the abyss death mist. However, Hui and Jingyun were already on the alert. They were the only team in the entire Void frontline that had left the realm of order to fight in the outer field. There was no guarantee that there would not be any accident. In order to avoid being attacked at the last moment, they had to be careful. Anyway, leave the necessary attacks first. Shift the rest to the monitoring of the Void. Agreed. From now on, all units guarding the realm of order should conduct the strictest surveillance of the Void. Report any movements to us, Sir Joshua nodded. The order was completed through soul transmission. Yun Nuoshing heard it and smiled bitterly. Just as she was about to voice her opinion, a voice suddenly came through the Void directly into their minds. "Ah, uninvited guest. How nice. Myriad phenomena leads to the Void, chaos falls stars. Order disintegrates, chaos collapses. **TU. When everyone heard that voice, in the next moment, an incomparably violent energy that was enough to turn the order of the Void upside down suddenly burst out like a fountain. The moment they reacted, they saw thousands of stars and countless magic circles in the Void bursting out a dazzling light like a river of stars. Streaks of light gathered in the Void right in front of them, and then, boom! The destructive energy that could reduce the Void to zero gathered in one place and exploded with a loud bang. The vast energy flames drowned out everyone's vision. The Void was really bright. Seeing this scene without warning, they were about to go blind. Hui and Jingyun did not react. When they heard the unfamiliar male voice, they were about to be alert. The light of creation and destruction exploded. They looked back blankly and saw Yun Nuoshing's nervous look. She was still desperately commanding the magic circles in the center of the destruction to continuously pour out crazy attack. The realm of order has entered attack mode. All energy towers are overloaded. Except for the first, second, and third echelons, prepare to resist the impact of order. The enemy may have sent out a general. Everyone, get ready! We hurriedly threw out a series of orders. He raised the Guardian's shield and shouted at Maple, "Maple, what did you see just now?" There was silence in the soul transmission. After a while, Yun Nuoshing's voice faintly transmitted, "I didn't see anything. I just happened to be nervous. Wait, he's coming out." Hui, who was feeling speechless, hurriedly held his breath and concentrated. In the center of the indiscriminate bombardment of countless energies, A powerful energy suddenly burst out and swept away all of Maple's attacks. An ordinary-looking young man wearing ordinary clothes and in the form of a human appeared in the empty void. He stared at Yun Nuoxing and her countless magic circles and revealed a fake smile. What a rude guest! You've turned our territory upside down. Do you know how many years it will take to make up for this loss? All right. Guests, if you've caused enough trouble, can you please leave? I believe that now is not a good time to start a war. For you, isn't it? The faintly discernible pressure, the natural oppression, the self-evident power that was enough to silence the void and nothingness made Hui feel as if he was facing a great enemy. It's here, it's finally here. It was also a situation that he had not expected to see so early. Sure enough, if he caused too much trouble, it would attract the other party's attention. It was just that he did not expect this official meeting to be led by a primeval sky god whose strength could not be seen clearly. The enemy between the beginner and the middle tier is powerful. Little brother, don't be rash. Jing Yun's voice quietly echoed in Yun Nuoxing's soul. He took a deep breath. The origin energy and the origin order surged together. The nether void sword also revolved around his body. That guy. He also has traces of being affected by the tide of chaos. Hui was shocked when he heard that. Even if he was affected, it's still between the beginner and the middle tier of the primeval. Could it be that they do have an immune space, but not the kind that is completely immune? I'm afraid so, Jing Yun replied in a low voice. Then, he smiled bitterly. However, even so, it's still much better than the unlucky ones like us, who were completely affected by the tide of chaos. Hui smiled bitterly. It was true. Look, there was a primeval sky god who was about the middle tier of the primeval. The guy from last time was also at the beginner tier. Their foundation was really rich. What? I don't think there's anything to talk about between us, is there? Yun Nuoxing held the Nethervoid sword in his hand. More than 100 kinds of origin energy surged endlessly. He raised the sword and pointed it at the figure across the void. Countless magic circles and thousands of stars also pointed their cores at the latter. The surging energy kept surging. Fight to the death. Your wish, your script, your stage. Now that it has come to this, what's the point of suddenly appearing in front of us and posing as if you want to negotiate? What? Are you trying to stall for time? You just blew up your house and haven't had time to repair it, right? What a rude little one. That young man with his hands behind his back laughed a few times with a fake smile. His gaze swept over Hui, who looked as if he was about to face a great enemy, then landed on Yun Nuoxing. You're from the world of the gods, right? This is the first time we meet. Although this meeting isn't pleasant, perhaps we can try to make the atmosphere more pleasant? Pleasant? Yun Nuoxing sneered, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. I won't be happy as long as all of you are still standing in the void. Mr. Trash of Order, please state your intentions immediately. Either we fight or leave. If you don't want to fight, we'll fight. If you want to fight, I'll beat you to death. That's a lot of boldness in your words. But do you really think that you could take down all of our domains with just this one accident? The young man slowly spread his arms and said with a faint smile. Forget about our domain, it's already very rare that you could take down even a tenth of the divine destruction force. Take your spoils and leave now. I could still be merciful and let you live for a while. The next time we meet, we'll settle the score. Settle the score. Yun Nuoxing sneered. Very well. Let's settle the score. Let's settle the score with you for destroying the void of order. How merciful! Are you joking with us about the void? Since the 41st era, you've been chasing down the entire void of order in an orderly and planned manner. Now you're talking about mercy? Yun Nuoxing showed an extremely strange smile. I think it's more practical for us to discuss how we're going to die. Merciful underworld, put away your hypocritical mercy. You want to buy time, But I won't buy it for you. You want us to retreat? That's funny. You're still doing whatever you want in the void. You're still messing around with those shameful things in your gourd. Now that you're here, you're treating us as fools. If we retreat, won't you be able to quietly mess around with those sneaky things of yours? Traitors of the realm of order? You think this joke is funny, don't you? What I can see is the scene of sin and punishment splattering blood all over the void. It's the unavoidable law of causality in this world. From the moment you disintegrated the void of order, the only thing left between us is to fight to the death. The mighty energy roared crazily in the void, and the colorful colors gradually stained the dark void. We and the others were shocked to find that this void area had been occupied by the energy of origin. It was like a huge claw, stretching out a claw that was several light years long. The energy of order and origin in the palm of the claw spewed out nebula-like light, which was enough to crush the void and make the whole area tremble. Why should I do as you wish? Today I'm going to beat you to death. The young man's expression trembled slightly. The uncompromising hostility, the determination to destroy everything, and the immeasurable origin energy that encompassed the entire void. Even he would not want to touch such a lunatic. Who would want to touch such a lunatic? Hui was stunned. That's not right. Why is Maple so violent? The origin energy. Jing Yun whispered. Looking at Yun Nuoxing's figure from afar, she caught the abnormality in him. The origin energy has affected the little brother. Is it part of their resentment, or is it the origin energy's own resentment? The two are really perfectly fused together. It's still too early to fight the underworld head-on, but since the little brother has decided, there's no need to discuss it. Brothers, raise the formation and beat him to death. Chapter 1669. Crush them. The giant claw formed by the origin energy that broke through the void clenched down with an angry roar. The galaxy formed by the vast energy nebula dyed the scene in front of him into a raging sea of stars. The origin energy and the origin law that had been accumulated for a period of time rushed towards the young man with the momentum of the entire primordial realm. The raging origin energy in front of him and behind him was surging endlessly. The huge threat suddenly rushed into his mind, giving him a headache. Along with the surging energy of the Sea of Stars, all the Order warriors in this area cooperated with the Energy Towers, the Origin Temple, and the Origin Realm of Order to launch the strongest attack together. The momentum of beating him into the reincarnation road made him, a mid-tier heavenly god of primordial beginning, feel like his head was going to explode. That was the Origin energy. If he let that energy smash down on him, he would be seriously injured no matter what. Don't even think about escaping. Yun Nuo, who was like a dazzling star, suddenly rushed in front of him. Suddenly, tens of thousands of transparent energy chains formed on his body in an instant. Then, under his astonished gaze, the chains wrapped around his body. The seal that originated from the combination of the origin energy and order energy caused his body to stiffen. The energy that he was about to use to retreat was also frozen. It was also at this moment that he saw the origin claw close, and the raging sea of stars mixed with billions of energy attacks descended on the two of them. Boom! It was as if the movement of the creation of the world exploded in the void. The vast sea of light flooded the entire void, and the violent explosion of energy made everyone unable to see the situation inside. Hui waved his hand and adjusted the energy flow of the origin realm. The golden energy broke out of his body and rushed into the origin realm, causing it to end the weak overload state of mobilizing a huge amount of energy for a short period of time in just 1 second. The next moment, countless amounts of energy once again surged out of the void and rushed into the origin temple. The energy crystals of thousands of energy towers also flashed with an extremely unstable light, and the energy was also indescribably violent. This is really a real self-sacrificing attack. Maple is too crazy. Hui used all his strength to mobilize the energy of the origin realm as he muttered, in order to not let the enemy escape. He used his body as a chain to forcibly bind him in place and let the energy blast him into two pieces. If I wasn't familiar with his desperate look, I would have ordered the attack to stop just now. Young man has the origin energy around him. Those attacks that contain the origin energy will not cause any harm to him. On the contrary, because he is in the center of the explosion, he can gather all the energy that is about to go out of control due to the energy explosion and pour it into one place, completely letting the energy of the attack land on the enemy's head, said Jingyun said. Hui thought for 2 seconds and tapped his palm. Got it. It's just an energy core. Just fire at it. Jingyun, ignoring Hui's suicidal words, Jingyun raised her head and looked at the origin realm giant claw that was constantly turning into a vast sea of stars. The energy that was spewing out from the center of the claw had skyrocketed to a level that ordinary people could not reach. The degree of violence, the crazy destructive power, mixed with a trace of the destruction energy, caused the void and the nothingness to collapse together into ashes. The energy storm that swept through the void just happened to dissipate after raging for a minute. Yun Nuoxing's figure flew out from it. Looking at the way she raised the netherworld ruin's sword to block, it seemed that she was blown out by the attack head-on. Hui and Jingyun had already gathered all the energy in the origin realm when they saw this scene. When the storm completely dissipated, when the figure appeared in front of them, when they saw that person appear, they were stunned for a moment. At this moment, that person from the underworld, most of his robes were torn. His body was pierced through by the origin energy and the chains of order. His blood dissipated in the void with the energy spewing out. His appearance with disheveled hair looked abnormally miserable. He must have taken the full power of the origin energy explosion head-on just now. Otherwise, he would not be in such a sorry state. That's really surprising. The young man's face was as gloomy as water. His black eyes flashed with an uncertain light. He waved his hand and patted his body, shaking off all the weapons and chains that pierced through his body. Those wounds also slowly closed up. They were not completely healed. The damage caused by the origin energy and the origin law was not so easy to heal, even if he was also a life form of order. The realm of the gods. It is clear that the realm of the gods has lost its realm of immunity. Yet, such an extraordinary person could still appear. That is really surprising. The young man laughed in a low voice. The information revealed in his words stunned Jingyun. Oh damn, I said that there must be a problem in the middle of this. How could I forget about this? Jingyun suddenly shouted in the soul transmission, startling Hui. The realm of the gods, The realm of the gods itself has a small part of its realm of immunity, and there should be a realm of immunity in the realm of the gods. That part of the realm of the gods should be able to reduce the impact of the tides of chaos on the realm of the gods. Even if it is not completely immune, it should at least be much less than the full impact of the chaos on the realm of the god. Relying on such a weak degree of immunity, it should be possible to give birth to a batch of primeval heavenly gods. Hui was also stunned upon hearing this. He did not doubt Jingyun's words, and he was also quite confident in the heavenly god of Origin's ability, especially in the matter of immunity. Just the fact that the realm of the gods was created by the heavenly god of Origin and the others should have the ability to be immune, even if it was just a little bit. But, he did not feel that it was just a little bit. That's not right. Haven't I ascended into primeval? Hui said, pointing at himself blankly. Jingyun shook her head. Using divinity carriers to ascend into primeval is another way. Even in our era, it was a method rarely used. Most people who took this path were forced into a state of helplessness, and it would take 7 to 8 times more time than the normal path. Of course, it's just that this path is difficult and strange to take. It doesn't mean that this path is wrong. Oh, Hui replied dryly, his face stiff. Then, could it be? Jing Yun looked up at the young man and said in silence, "Who knows?" Yun Nuoxing did not say a word. She waved her hand, and the hundreds of millions of magic circles continued to aim at the young man. The surging origin energy turned him into a colorful star that illuminated the void, answering the young man's question on his behalf. The young man's cheek twitched slightly. "What a boring fellow! Aren't you curious about the realm of the gods? So what if I'm curious? So what if I'm not curious?" Yun Nuoxing looked up, her cold gaze carrying the pressure of origin energy as she stared at the young man. "It's nothing more than the little tricks you people have pulled in the dark. You dug out the realm of the gods from the realm of the gods right under the nose of the heavenly god of origins and made it your own territory. And you even have the cheek to come here and ask me, hey, aren't you curious about the realm of the gods? What a joke. Do you people have any shame? It seems that you know quite a lot." The young man's unique, fake smile could be heard. "What? Are you angry? You want to kill me? Because of your standpoint and justice as a person of the realm of the gods? This void is a garbage game where whoever dies is the unlucky one. I don't have any so-called justice or standpoint. The meaning of my existence is only..." Yun Nuoxing raised her right hand and swung it down. "To kill you filthy maggots." Hundreds of millions of magic circles burst into dazzling light, and the origin energy that filled the entire void once again pressed down on the young man. The momentum of the storm directly suppressed the latter's bellyful of words. Looking at the multicolored energy rushing towards his face, the young man's darkened face turned pale. He had never met someone so difficult to communicate with. Boom! The destructive energy that contained infinite destructive power grasped the void in the palm of its hand and wantonly ravaged it. The sound of clanging chains and exploding thunder resounded amidst the multicolored light. This time, the raging origin energy storm did not meet with any obstruction or suppression. It expanded and expanded without restraint in the void, endlessly sweeping in all directions. It charged head-on into the domain of the abyssal death mist and wantonly wreaked havoc. Its momentum was as if it wanted to drag the domain of the abyssal death mist into oblivion. "Back off a little." We looked at the energy fireworks that were about to sweep in front of the domain of order. He waved his hand and pulled the domain of order back a little. Looking at the center of the energy explosion, he could not help but frown. "His breath is gone. That guy wouldn't die so easily, right?" Jing Yun shook her head. "Probably not his real body. It should be a divine clone that has a high degree of reverting to his real body and was just trying to buy time. But he probably didn't expect the young man to be so irritable and crushed him into the void without a word. Speaking of which, when did he gather such a huge cluster of origin energy? I didn't notice it at all." We replied calmly, "It's a basic skill. If Maple really wants to hold back his energy for a huge attack, we can only discover all his preparations before he launches the attack. The next thing is, well, it's the scene you're looking at now." But what he said just now, and what Maple said, could the underworld be the immune space that the origin god had prepared? They openly took it as their own, and then... "I'm not too sure about that. I've been guarding other worlds all year round. I don't know much about the divine realm compared to you guys." Jing Yun sighed. She didn't really understand the reasons behind all of this. She asked her old friends, and the answers she got were pretty much the same. Not many of them lived in the realm of the gods for a long time, so they didn't know much. Judging from the clues we have right now, the possibility isn't low. If that's the case, I think there's another reason why the underworld people are targeting the realm of the gods. Reason? This time, they're targeting the divine realm? Hui was stunned. Aren't they planning too many things? With so many threads in motion, aren't they afraid that they'll pull their balls with such big steps? It's probably the problem of the void realm. Between the netherworld and the realm of the gods, I'm guessing that the netherworld's void realm isn't complete without the realm of the gods. Sigh, who knows? I just think that there's a possibility. Those who know the truth are no longer in the void. Hee, what a boring fellow. Alright. Seeing that you guys are so ruthless, I'll temporarily return this place to you guys. Sooner or later, it'll return to our control. Then let's meet again next time. I hope the atmosphere next time will be kinder. The storm raged for more than 10 minutes before dissipating. The figure of the young man was no longer in the same place. However, the last words he left behind were still echoing in the void. Hui and Jing Yun looked at each other blankly. So what did he come out to do? Hui looked at the young man with a puzzled face. Why does this fellow feel like he's a little brainless? Well, even if he had planned to do something, he would have died in the womb after encountering an unreasonable little brother. Jing Yun shrugged. Let's just think of him as an unlucky fellow who came out to stall for time. Not only did he not succeed, he even lost a clone that he had painstakingly created. What an inexplicable fellow! Yun Nuoxing's figure gradually emerged from the void beside them. The surging origin energy on his body was slowly calming down. Other than bluffing, there's no other use. Even if one were to think with their toes, one would know that the young man had come out to stall for time, or to achieve some other purpose such as stopping their attack. If he really wanted to fight, he should have shown his overwhelming power that belonged to the primeval tier from the start, and not just blabbering over there. The young man must have a lot of gossip in his stomach. There were countless true information and also many false information. If they had ignored him and let him talk, they would have learned a lot. But it doesn't make much sense. I'm too lazy to distinguish which information is true and which is false. I'll just crush him and pretend nothing happened. Yun Nuoxing said faintly. Getting information from a ferocious enemy is playing with fire. You can either knock him down with a stick and talk slowly, or you can make him shut his mouth forever. Before he becomes honest and only knows how to talk, I think even his breathing is a crime of fraud. As long as he says any information, his goal of stalling for time has been achieved. This information, we don't need it. What the hell is ferocious? Do you think he's a seafood? Hui and Jing Yun could not help but smile bitterly. As expected of you, tearing the messenger of the previous era into pieces. This uncompromising hostility and determination to not act according to the other party's wishes, no matter how they think about it, there should be no harm in it. Some things might not be of any help to the current situation even if they knew about it. Listening to a lot of information and having to deal with it and distinguish whether the information was true or false was a waste of time and energy. That was what the underworld wanted to see. It was meaningless, so they simply did not listen to anything. Their home should have encountered trouble related to the abyssal death shroud, most likely a series of problems caused by the rioting of the component. They seized the opportunity to counterattack and destroyed a considerable part of the abyssal death shroud's territory, causing the underworld to have to send people to stall for time. Then, they encountered a lunatic who would not listen to anything they said. Stalling for time did not work at all. They were really unlucky. The primeval god of the underworld's avatar retreated, and the atmosphere in the abyssal death shroud's territory returned to normal. Except for Yun Nuoxing, who did not continue to bombard indiscriminately, the whole territory was still full of battles of various sizes. Those were the battles of the first, second, and third echelons. The abyssal death shroud had not recovered yet, so they could still try to play around in the enemy's territory. So, what do we do now? Continue to push forward a little more, continue to fight in the abyssal death shroud, and kill as many as we can. Hui looked at the turbulent void and tilted his head to ask Feng. Right now, he was more worried about this guy who had exchanged 2 blows with a Yuanshe realm doppelganger. That battle just now was too exaggerated, and the entire scene was filled with origin energy. This caused the impact and pressure to be even greater than before. In just 2 short exchanges, he could not determine anything. Just from the results, he could tell that the enemy had run away, and that doppelganger had been blasted to smithereens, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. He just said, "This part of the place. They probably don't have the time to manage things here." If something really happened to the Abyssal Death Shroud's superior main body, it would be a star-shaking event for the underworld. They would need time to deal with it, and our current situation would be relatively safe. Yun Nuoshing said with an analytical tone. "But I have to take a break. You guys continue to fight." As soon as she spoke, Yun Nuoshing sat on the ground and leaned back lazily, bending her legs and leaning against the wall of the Temple of Origin. She put her arms over her eyes, and her tone suddenly became a little lazy. "I'm a little tired." Hui hurriedly threw a glance at Jingyun, who gave him a no-problem gesture and said through the soul transmission, "The lad is fine. He just used up a lot of energy. He must have used 80 to 90% of it, and is a little weak now. I just remembered that the claw of origin energy we saw just now was not the result of the lad's accumulation, but a one-time outpouring. It's a trick of the origin god and the others, forcefully materializing and projecting all the energy in the body into the world with the power to distort the rules. In my impression, not even the inheritors could do that, which is why I didn't think about it at once. It's probably the result of the transformation this time, and it's just amazing. That's the true life-risking strike you mentioned. I've seen a primeval god use it before, and it's huge and much more exaggerated than anything I've seen. Well, Maple is the focus of attention after all, the focus of attention in various senses of the word." Hui laughed bitterly in response. He was used to it. Maple was in a state of emergency rest at the moment, and there was no telling if he could recover in a short period of time. However, he was holding up the Realm of Order alone, and it was said that he could use the Realm of Order to speed up his recovery, so Hui was relieved and led the army to fight in the Abyssal Death Mist. As the primeval quickly appeared and left, the power of the Abyssal Death Mist seemed to have weakened a little. Not long ago, Hui thought that the Abyssal Death Mist would gradually rise, but now that he thought about it, was it because the primeval was about to appear and activate part of the Abyssal Death Mist's power? Lord Maple, Lord Hui, the Abyssal Death Mist in the temporary realm has been cleared. Now, the Void Seal is gradually purifying the entire realm, and the two areas are slowly overlapping. After about half a day, a voice suddenly rang in Hui's mind, startling him a little. It's done. Seems like it's about time for us to make a big fuss." Jing Yun let out a long sigh of relief. In fact, they didn't need that guy to remind them, it was about time for them to escape. This attack was based on the principle of killing as many as they could and maximizing the results of the battle as much as possible. To be honest, killing 1/10 or more of the Abyssal Death Mist in one go was already the limit. With their current strength, they would be thankful if they weren't completely wiped out by the Abyssal Death Mist. Even if they were to loot a burning house. Well, the enemy was so powerful that even if they were allowed to wipe out, it would still take a lot of time to deal with them. Moreover, along the way, they had personally witnessed the Abyssal Death Mist's power recovering bit by bit. Although it was a little later than expected, at this moment, more than half of the Abyssal Death Mist already had the ability to fight. Although it would still go crazy from time to time, the influence of the will was fading rapidly. Given some time, they would be able to completely recover. But to be honest, quit while you're ahead. Sometimes you're a little greedy. What a pity. If that bastard didn't come out to mess things up, we could have doubled the results of the battle. Hui smacked his lips unhappily and tilted his head to look at Maple, who was still leaning against the wall to rest. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. In order to defeat the primeval heavenly god's clone, Maple had used up almost all of his strength. In the latter half of the battle, there was basically nothing he could do other than to maintain the Order realm and use it to recover quickly. It's really as they wish. He achieved his goal of stalling for time. He crippled our most powerful lance as soon as he met us. Jing Yun was stunned for a second before she came to her senses. Ah, yeah. If we didn't kill him then, we would have wasted our energy to shut his mouth. If we killed him, we wouldn't have the energy to deal with the abyssal death mist. In any case, their goal has been achieved. And we have to follow their wishes and complete this step by ourselves. It's really frustrating. Hui shook his head helplessly. He opened up his soul communication and shouted to everyone, "Purify all the remaining non-order forces in the temporary domain. Cooperate with the Void blockade and push the Void frontline to the current position of the Order realm. Push the Void city and the accompanying worlds to the frontline and station at the frontline. Hurry up and strengthen the Void blockade and the Void frontline's defense. From now on, the linear distance between us and the abyssal death mist has been shortened again. There will be conflicts anytime and anywhere. This time, it was really to the extent that they could throw a brick at the opponent's face without any distance. In the past, they were at least millions of miles away in the void. If it's just a small-scale conflict, it'll be good for the rookies to practice more. I hope the day of the final battle will come a little later, a little later." We looked straight into the void and let out a long sigh. The final battle, Jing Yun let out a long sigh. The memory of that day came to her mind again. It was really a long time ago. And now, perhaps the scene was not far away from that time. Chapter 1670. Node 700 reporting to all nodes that the abyssal death mist has deviated by 1%. Node 333, as above. Node 0 has received reports from all nodes. It should be a normal ebb and flow, just keep monitoring. Node 0, this is Node 666. The movement of the abyssal death mist spawn. They ran out and circled around before returning. Are there any other nodes? Node 333, as above. None? If there are only 2 places, tighten security at both places and have some warriors return from the front line who are not on important missions. Leave the other places alone for now. How far has the Temple of Origins been spying on the abyssal death mist? Nothing much. Since the last battle, there's basically no way to use the Temple of Origins to poke at others. Perhaps only the Lord Observer could do that. We don't have the authority. Node 333, as above. Node 71 greets everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. The sun has just risen here, late at night, dusk. Node 333, as above. So why don't we divide time according to the time of the realm of gods? It's such a mess. TSK. How boring would it be if it's all the same? Moreover, time is not time. Isn't the void just like that? Day and night are all simulated by the Void City's barrier, and anyone who cares would bring a real sun. Still, time doesn't affect us anyway. We just have to report according to the time of the realm of God. Everything else, whatever. Node 333, as above. Everyone. Why is there a repeater at Node 333 today? Isn't that an automatic reply? Can't the daily reports be a little more serious? All nodes plus. TSK. Be careful. If there's nothing else, I'm going to eat. Let's go, let's go. 333, shut up. You're eating shit. Stop at Node 333. I'm going to freeload. No, I'm going to beat you to death. I Ching silently blocked the soul communication. The noisy voices vanished from his mind at once, and the entire world became silent. It's so noisy every day. But I can't be serious. I Ching smiled bitterly. He shook his head and stood up from the stone bed. As he stood up, a gentle light appeared on the ceiling of this spacious and bright stone room. It was bright enough and not dazzling. The divine runes, divine right runes and soul runes that covered the entire stone room gradually dimmed and disappeared into the walls of the stone room. Nothing out of the ordinary for now. Recording complete. I've also finished reporting to Lord Maple and Lord Radiant. I Ching breathed a long sigh and turned towards the wooden door of the stone room. Pushing open the wooden door of the stone room, Joshua was greeted by the sight of billions of stars, moonlight, and sunlight that had yet to fade descending upon the city. Looking down upon the entire city from the 10,000 feet tall tower, he could see countless lights gradually lighting up as if it was the beginning of the evening. The gray-blue sky was slowly fading into darkness as time passed. Night was about to completely engulf the city, but it would not allow the light here to dissipate. Then, he looked up slightly and tossed the scene created by the order domain to the back of his mind. His eyes moved forward, and soon, he could see something else that existed in the void, the abyssal death shroud. It was very close to the void ceiling circle, perhaps a little more than 10,000 miles away. Just as Lord Maple had said, it was the kind of place where one could start a fight without opening the door. Furthermore, both sides' bricks were guaranteed to hit each other's faces with precision. Unknowingly, it's been 2 years. I Ching breathed a long sigh of relief. After that big attack, the abyssal death shroud had also returned to normal. It was really just right. After waking up from the dream, he thought that he would have a fierce battle with them, but it quickly retreated after a few sporadic exchanges. That's right, the abyssal death shroud had retreated. Everyone was stunned as they had never seen the abyssal death shroud retreat since the start of the battle. After that, the vigorous attack was over. Lord Radiant and Lord Maple had joined forces to expand the temporary domain to the edge of the abyssal death shroud's retreating position. After fixing the temporary domain, they still had to clean up the remaining enemies in the order domain. The abyssal death shroud that was trapped by the order domain had lost all contact with the abyssal death shroud behind it. It was as if it was at the mercy of the enemy. It could neither advance nor retreat. After a series of frenzied resistance, it was completely destroyed before even a fragment of the order domain collapsed. Brother I Ching. A shadow flickered and appeared outside the tower, landing on the platform that had no guardrails or battlements. It was only a circle of 100 feet in diameter. I Ching looked at the person and smiled faintly. Tang Yen, what's the matter? The visitor was a young man who looked to be in his 20s. He was wearing a light and comfortable short-sleeved shirt and shorts. His bronze skin appeared slightly dark in the afterglow. At first glance, his 2 eyes and a row of teeth were more conspicuous. When I Ching saw him a few days ago, she was surprised that this young man had become so tanned after not seeing him for a while. Before she left, he was clearly white and clean. Tang Yen scratched his head as he and I Ching stood at the edge of the platform and looked at the void city. It's a little cramped. I'm not used to it. I've prepared before I came, but it seems that nothing has happened. It makes me a little. It's fine if nothing happens, but once something does, there's no telling what's going to happen. I Ching smiled bitterly and shook his head. He could see Tang Yan's cramped expression from the corner of his eye. Slowly get used to it. Your determination is hard to come by, but to be honest, you would probably only be a mascot if you came to the void frontline. Don't feel discouraged. Some things need to be washed away by time, don't they? You're still too light now, but that can't be helped and no one would blame you. You've been talking to the seniors in the city these few days, haven't you? They're all very friendly. Tang Yen could not help smiling bitterly at the mention of that. I've been slapped on the head dozens of times, scratched on the head, and taken as a coolie to follow the seniors to check the situation everywhere in the Void City and to check the defensive circles on the city walls. Although I feel that the seniors just caught a brat for fun, because he really nagged at me the whole way. Looking at the young lad's haggard face, I Ching could not help but grin. Isn't that good? Everyone doesn't treat you as an outsider. Good? Tang Yen smiled bitterly and scratched his head. It should be quite good. He had basically familiarized himself with the entire Void City in a short period of time, and from that point of view, it was indeed quite good, although he felt that those seniors were just using different methods to torment him. Everything else aside, no matter what the purpose of those who come here is, as long as their ultimate goal is the same as ours, Everyone in the Void frontline is your brothers and sisters. Moreover, you're a rare little newcomer. As long as you don't cause trouble in the city and don't cause trouble, everyone else would be happy to help you. As I Ching spoke, he noticed that Tang Yan's smile was even more bitter, and he shrugged. Well, let's take it slow. Some things aren't urgent. Now, anyway, let's go eat. Tang Yan, who was about to lift his feet together with I Ching, almost slipped off the platform. He stared at I Ching in confusion. Brother I Ching, you guys usually eat? What else do you think? I Ching said matter-of-factly, before pointing at the left side of Void City. Look, there's our canteen over there, and there's a street of food outside it. There are hotels and restaurants in the east of the city, and everyone there is your seniors. You don't think that we're just keeping an eye on the death mist every day and waiting for it to stir up trouble, do you? Tang Yan's expression turned weird, and he nodded after a moment of hesitation. Well, you'll get used to it. The things you think you're thinking about would never be lacking in Void City, and in fact, they do make up the entire population. Everyone has their own mission, and when it's not their turn or time, they would spend their leisure time. For example, what you see now is that, after the shift change, those who are not busy with city defense duties would maintain the operation of Void City. If you're bored out of your mind, there's a large park in the east of the city and a chronicle library in the south of the city, which records the interesting things and people that people from all over the Void gathered here. You can totally treat it as a story, since everyone does that. It feels a little weird, Tang Yan said. I didn't notice it at all. It's also because of something Lord Feng said. Everyone had the same intention at first, but they were worried that it wouldn't feel good to have such leisure and entertainment in such a serious place, so they kept it to themselves. In fact, if Lord Feng didn't say that, everyone would have kept it to themselves. That Lord Observer? Tang Yan was curious. What did he say? He said. I Ching was about to speak, but he waved his hand when he saw the large building before them. Okay, let's not talk about it. Anyway, let's go in and eat. Tang Yan was speechless. The Lord Observer of the Gods and the Lord Guardian, What are they doing now? They're probably busy. No, judging from Brother I Ching's appearance, they're probably resting as well. As the two who lead the entire front line of the Void, there's no need to mention the pressure on them. They need to relax more than anyone else, which is why they should be resting as well. The Void that is newly covered by the realm of order has been completely purified of non-order forces. At this time, the power of order has completely replaced it. However, it's still in the process of slowly increasing. It'll probably take some time before it reaches the strength of order and rules in the former frontline. We have to make good use of the extra Void region. Try to place the center of it in the new territory. With one more Void region under our control, we'll be able to come in contact with more order and rules than before. We can't afford to waste any of them. Also, the Void region that we're in contact with right now will be larger. At the same time, we'll have to speed up our search for undiscovered upper and middle realms. With this new territory as the center, yes, just like what I said earlier, it'll be more convenient. We'll be able to reach more Void regions with our hands and feet. We won't have to worry about encountering the death mist of the abyss in just 2 steps, unless it's a place that we've never seen before that's discovered by the underworld. Yun Nuoshing finished speaking and let out a long sigh. There were still many problems that they couldn't bring up for the time being. They could only deal with them personally. However, there was one thing that would never change. Right now, the world of order needed more power. They only had one chance. On a narrow path, it was as if they were walking on the path of a strand of hair. They couldn't afford to make a single mistake. As long as they made a single mistake, they would lose everything. Therefore, they needed to completely squeeze out all the power that belonged to the world of order that they could come into contact with at this moment. They needed to strengthen all of their powers. It was really uncomfortable. There was no room for luck. The only thing that was allowed to exist was to risk their lives and fight. If they didn't die, they would die. Well, I Ching's daily report is still as punctual as ever. It's fresh and hot. Hui turned his head and waved at Yun Nuoxing, who was sighing. Right now, this is the most stable thing in the void. Yun Nuoxing continued to sigh. They are still doing their sneaky things. They need time. We also need time. Both sides are rushing for time. It's like an arms race. Moreover, from the beginning of this race, we knew that we were lagging behind by a lot. It's a heavy burden that has accumulated over countless years. There's no way to release it. There's no way to remedy it, we shrugged. Reality was so nonsensical. Moreover, the current situation was that they could only watch as the underworld shrank into a small corner and continued to play with their schemes. Meanwhile, they could only wait. On one hand, they were strengthening the world of order. On the other hand, they were waiting for the underworld to come knocking on their door. They were praying. There was no such thing as praying. Until now, they still couldn't figure out what the underworld was doing. That time 2 years ago. Let's not talk about it. 2 years ago, that guy came out and said a few words that caused them to talk about it until now. They continued to discuss and refute. They could only rely on guesses. They really could only rely on guesses. There was no way to get more information about the underworld. At that time, Feng Yidao chopped that guy into pieces. It was definitely the best way to do it. Otherwise, they would just sit there and think about it for millions of years. At first, I thought that I would be able to relax for a while. Hui heaved a sigh of relief and shook his head to adjust his mood. He raised his head and looked at the world in front of him. Blue sky, white clouds, green mountains and clear waters. Billions of stars were hanging high in the sky like the sand of a river. They could be seen clearly even in the daytime. It was a wonder. Well, they had come here for this wonder. Now that they were here to take a look. Well, before they even arrived here, the contact and report from the rear had already rushed over, making them lose the energy to relax all of a sudden. This was the frontline world. A world of light that was stationed behind the Void Seal alongside the Void City. The frontline world that had arrived at the first few hundred node. They came in to observe the current situation and calculate future matters. To be more precise, those frontline worlds were the expected reserve army. They originated from various worlds in various void regions and were brought in by the Order warriors stationed at the frontline. All life in those worlds were still slowly growing, adapting to the void frontline and the existence of dangerous things like the abyssal death shroud at their doorstep. At present, half of the newcomers to the void frontline were beings from the billions of worlds in the frontline. Some were new arrivals from worlds of order, intermittently and sporadically. Even if that side had been fighting and retreating for 100 million years, the number of worlds that kept coming to the void frontline never decreased, and most of them stayed there well. Feng, look at the stars. Yun Nuoxing. Why did you call me twice? I told you to look at the stars in the sky. Isn't that why we're here? Oh. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes, took a quick glance and lowered her head again, replying half-heartedly, Wow, it's so beautiful and magical. It's amazing to see so many stars in broad daylight. Hui smiled bitterly at her emotionless voice and looked up at the dazzling galaxy. I kind of miss the stars in the divine realm, he said, intentionally or otherwise. It's much more dazzling and beautiful than here. The divine realm is the focal point of the world of light. It naturally attracts countless sparks from the planetary system, gathering little by little into an extremely massive cluster of stars. What we see every night is the night sky with billions of stars twinkling, which is why it's even more dazzling. As Yun Nuoxing spoke, he was still staring at the crystal ball in his hand. He was busy communicating with the people at the front line through soul transmission, constantly making arrangements, constantly being busy. In the past 2 years, he didn't have much time to rest at all. Although the territory snatched from the mouth of the death fog of the abyss gave them more choices, it also took up all of their energy to a large extent, making him unable to remember when exactly was the last time he lay down. Billions of sparks. Hui murmured and sighed. These stars were the same as them. They were surrounded by the darkness of the star field. They were constantly approaching and gathering, turning into galaxies and star clusters. Together, they resisted the darkness of the star field. Every star here was a world. Every star was a spark of order, resisting the arrival of the day when the darkness would engulf them. The growth of the frontline world was good. Everything was good. They had crossed thousands of world light clusters along the way, and each world was carefully observed. Wait a minute. He remembered that this was not the original purpose. So boring. A little girl's voice came from behind. Hui could not help but smile bitterly. He turned around and saw Siyu with her arms crossed, staring at Yun Nuashing and muttering, "Didn't we say that we were going out to look at interesting things? We said that we were going to walk through other people's worlds and look at other people's sceneries. In the end, it only took a few minutes to start. Now we can only float around with the clouds in the sky." Siyu heaved a sigh of relief and did not finish her sentence. Feng Qinghuang patted her shoulder and threw an apologetic look at Hui. Hui smiled bitterly. He remembered that he was supposed to go out with Feng and show off his first wife, second wife, third wife, and fourth wife. Stop. Yun Nuashing glanced sideways at the dignified Hui with an abnormally terrifying gaze. Seeing that he did not seem to have any movement, he then frowned suspiciously and turned back to look at Siyu. He laughed bitterly. "Soon, just a little while more, really? You've already said this 1,000 times, it's really 1,000 times." Siyu almost blurted it out, but when she saw the helplessness and fatigue on his face, she forced herself to hold it in. She only lowered her head and sighed, feeling a little depressed. Hui could not help but say in the souls of the two girls, "Actually, you can go and play by yourselves." Siyu turned her head and did not say anything. Feng Qinghuang shrugged and said, "Seeing that little star is working seriously, I don't want to run away." He had a deep feeling. It was as if he was embarrassed to leave after seeing Maple's gloomy and troubled expression as he dealt with the matters of the Void frontline. While he was also helping out, there were some huge and important matters that Maple had to deal with personally that they could not handle. The only thing they could do was to look through the information and write the words, read, correct, before throwing it back to Maple to deal with. "So, what are you dealing with now?" We could not help but ask. Yun Nuashing sighed and pointed at the land below with her eyes. "The development and planning of the frontline world." The part about the war between order and chaos. "Oh." We patted his chest and heaved a sigh of relief. He thought that Feng had suddenly crossed many realms to manage the world. This was completely unimaginable. Feng's development and planning of the world was nothing other than destruction. The frontline world was a very important backup force. The growth of the forces of order required a very long time. Every force needed a very long time. From this point, it was clear that there was a big gap between the frontline world and the underworld world. Other people had disposable cannon fodder, a whole bunch of them. They filled the void with them, but they had people. Well, they only had people. It was not that they did not think of making similar war puppets to help in the battle, but they did not have the technology. They had seen chaos soldiers, abyssal death mist spawns, and distorted spawns. They had more or less understood these three types because they had fought with them before. However, when they tried to make their own, they could not find a way to do it. After wasting a month, they handed the matter over to their subordinates to study and play with. There were also many problems in the process, so they wouldn't be able to solve it if they blindly tried. Abandoning this alternative method, they could only work on the living power of order. Apart from Maple, who couldn't be replicated and could be plucked from the void to create his own power, they could still study the normal power of order. Time. Squeezing time to grow little by little in the cracks. Those in front are holding up while those in the back are shrinking and growing. I don't know how long we can delay time. Everyone was fighting for time with their lives on the line against the void. There was no such thing as peaceful time. It was just that their bodies, their sights, their surroundings, their time, and this matter had all decided where they should be at this very moment. Then, they would do their best to fight against the void, to fight against the enemy that was within reach. This was the sound of countless lives flashing together in billions of galaxies. Yun Nuoshing tilted her head. What's wrong? Nothing. I just thought about the void. Hui shook his head. Nothing. Yun Nuoshing scratched her head and looked at him. She looked up at the bright stars in the sky and sighed deeply. As you said, this starry sky is quite beautiful. Hui smiled. It's just a little empty and a little dim. Chapter 1671. The passage of time in the void was the most silent. Originally, time was invisible and intangible before one pierced through the space barrier. It was illusory, and it would disappear without a trace. But in the void, this feeling was even more vague. It could be a few seconds or it could be decades. The last time you blinked, 2 seconds passed, and the next time you blinked, it could be 100 years. Anyway, time was almost like a joke. Although the void was within the time axis, it did not have many things that could be used to describe time. It allowed all the living beings attached to it to calculate time in their own way, and it would move forward unconsciously with the time axis. Occasionally, it would have a passionate twin-person spin to disturb time, and then there would be no more movement. Most of the time, if there was something too abnormal, it would not be observed, and they would just treat it as if nothing had happened. The wind whistled past their ears with the scorching temperature, accompanied by the slight friction of sand and gravel rolling in the wind. The wind blew the boulders on the cliff, causing them to sway slightly. When the boulders collided with the foundation below, they made a dull sound that made one's teeth ache. It was as if a tower that had been weathered for millions of years was still trembling in the wind. The sun shone on the desolate desert. A figure wearing a brown cloak appeared on the horizon. The cloak fluttered in the wind, revealing a young face. His shoulder-length white hair fluttered in the hot wind. His green eyes constantly scanned the desert. Suddenly, he fixed his gaze on a patch of light green in front of him. Lack of vitality. The teenager squatted down in front of a dying pale green plant and reached out his hand to caress it. More than a dozen wide leaves drooped limply on the ground, lifeless. The rare plants in the desert were able to withstand high temperatures and dryness, and this degree of scorching sun and drought was not enough to cause them to show such half-dead symptoms. It should be almost there, right? Xianlei, do you have any reaction? The young man stood up, took off his cloak, and rummaged in the space array device. I don't feel any aura at the moment, but the abnormal situation here can indeed be regarded as a symptom. Anyway, this is the place where we stay, the place where we are born. Even if there is no earth-shattering scene, there will still be many abnormalities. These are some subtle influences. The young man nodded. After searching for a moment in the space array, he took out an extremely wide scroll. He waved his hand and unfurled it in front of him. What appeared before him was a huge map that clearly marked 5 large regions. The outlines, mountain ranges, mountains, rivers, lakes, and other things were clearly recorded. However, other than these, many of the regions were completely blank. Only a few iconic cities were drawn on the map. It was obvious that they were still incomplete and were only half-finished products. At this moment, in the lower left corner of the map, there was a bright red dot flashing gently. It was his current location, and in front of the red dot, there was a yellow-brown flame mark that was constantly churning. It was obvious that he was nearby. But Xing Lu raised his head and looked around. But there's nothing around here? A black energy appeared behind him and condensed into a chaotic cloud, accompanied by bursts of black lightning. After Xian Lei came out, he looked around and shook his head. I haven't found anything yet. The information given by Lord Observer can't be wrong. It can't be wrong. That's right. He definitely won't give wrong information. It's just that it might not be complete. Xing Lu smiled bitterly, and could not help but recall the incident back then. That was when he was at the front line of the void. He was lying on the city wall and staring blankly at the death abyss mist out of boredom. Then, the Lord Observer came to his door. He still remembered that the Lord Observer's expression was very serious and very serious. More importantly, he was staring at him, giving him the illusion that he was about to be sent to his death. Xing Lu, I have a very important task for you. It's something that only you can do. As the Lord Observer spoke, he handed over the item that had the name Treasure Map, which was a map of the entire realm of the gods. The treasure map is engraved with all the creations of laws of the realm of the gods, which are the ones you carry. Now, you need to go and collect them all. Then, open the first secret artifact. Remember to call us before you open it. You can't handle that thing. Anyway, when he heard about this task, his face fell and he did not know whether to laugh or cry. This kind of mission sounded like a top secret, but in fact it was a mission among the top secret. Even if he had this treasure map in hand, he did not know how much time it would take. It seemed like it was a very long mission. Lord Feng, why is there nothing else other than those creations of laws? The Lord Observer scratched his head and gave him a shocking answer. It was made in a rush during this period of time. Other than those things, there's nothing else. Xing Lu, if you have the time, help me draw some flowers and plants while you're at it. Oh, by the way, there might be a location error since it was made in a rush, but the error range should be within 1,000,000 miles. The spatial rules of the treasure map are open, so you can adjust it if you think there's a problem. Xing Lu took a deep breath. And that was the cause and effect. Then, he returned to the realm of the gods. It had been a long time since he returned to the realm of the gods. It had been more than 100 million years before he returned to the realm of the gods, and now, it had been more than 700 million years since he left the front lines of the void. He could no longer imagine what the depths of the void looked like. To prevent him from worrying and to make him focus on completing this top-secret mission, the Lord Observer had even sealed his soul communication, leaving only the two of them in contact. Anyway, you don't have many people you can talk to or call close friends with, do you? The Lord Observer said. Isn't it because you're often autistic? Apart from your family's mystic thunder, and going out on missions, you don't have time to talk to others. Although that was indeed the case, it was still very hurtful to say it out loud. Anyway, you don't have to worry about the front lines. Now you should go and complete this top-secret mission of yours. It's a very important mission. Lord Feng's expression was solemn. He could guess that there were hidden words that were not said, probably because the Lord Observer did not want him to be too stressed. Perhaps the Lord Observer had forgotten to say it. It was already 700 million years ago. How could he remember those minor details so clearly? Xing Lu confirmed the direction and let his soul power spread out, rolling up the treasure map. After that, he lifted his foot and slowly walked forward. Mystic thunder, how much more do we need? The black cloud floating behind him wriggled and said, the space of the first secret artifact needs the first divine flame with the name Eternity, the second divine flame with the name Singularity, and me as the core. The remaining 100 or so divine flames and devil lightning as support will be opened together. Just the core alone, you've only gathered a third of it. Xing Lu stumbled and did a split in the desert. He trembled and laughed bitterly as he climbed up from the ground. I've heard it dozens of times, but I still can't take it. The second secret artifact clearly only uses the violet night flame as its core. Why does the first secret artifact need such a terrible thing? Who knows? You'll have to ask the God realm itself. The black cloud rolled and hit Xing Lu's head with black lightning. The road ahead is long. You still need to be patient. At least 80% of the supplementary materials have been gathered. Eternity. I don't see it on the treasure map. As for the singularity, It seems to be the fusion of Onyx Soul Hellfire and Space Blaze Hellfire when they mature. That's one of the pathways. It will also be born directly. The conditions for its birth are unknown. Xian Lei looked at him and said, "The observer seems to have said that if something doesn't exist on the map, then it hasn't been born. In other words, there's no such thing in the God realm right now." Xing Lu knocked on his head in distress. Suddenly, he had an idea. "I think the first divine flame also needs to meet certain conditions to appear, right? You see, other than the unknown pathway of the second divine flame's birth, isn't there a second pathway?" "I'm not too sure. As far as I know, the first two divine flames, only the singularity has appeared once." "When did that happen?" "A few dozen eras ago." Xing Lu. "Good Lord, that happened in the mythological era. God knows if the laws of heaven and earth in the God realm, which had been ravaged by the tides of chaos, can still give birth to such a thing. If something goes wrong, it might disappear." Xian Lei glanced at a certain person whose face was ashen and said faintly, "There's a connection between us based on the laws of the God realm. It's very weak, but this connection will remain in the laws of the God realm. So even if it's something that happened before I was born, I can still know part of it. The singularity has appeared before, but the eternity, even if it's incomplete, there's no trace of it. It might have never appeared before. Just go and ask the observer for help." Xing Lu scratched his head. What are the two lords busy with at the void frontline? He didn't know how everyone was doing. That place couldn't have returned to the state of fighting and killing after he left, right? 700 million years had passed. He didn't know if the primeval heavenly god in the underworld had suddenly died. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but pray. Clap! Xing Lu put his palms together and lowered his head in a pious manner. He kept muttering, "I hope something happened to the underworld." Xian Lei was speechless. After being looked down upon a little, Xing Lu laughed dryly and took a deep breath. He slowly retracted his soul power and directed it towards the two soul seeds that were shining brightly in his soul. 700 million years of connection. I hope that everything will go smoothly. No matter where the world of order is, everything will go smoothly. At the front lines of the void, silent destruction and destruction were quietly unfolding amidst the dancing energies. Waves of vast energy storms abruptly erupted and vanished just as abruptly as they stuck close to the void blockade. Billions of colossal magic circles formed a canopy that resembled an eternal wall, pouring the world's most dazzling fiery light and energy into the void without restraint. The entire void resounded with roars of destruction and roars of rage. It was still a day of chaos and fanaticism in the void. Change the echelon of the sequence. Those who have rested, stand on the barrier of order. Second echelon, use the energy tower sparingly. If it overloads another 2 batches, we'll have to change to the human wall to carry it. Newbies, don't block Lord Feng's domain, idiot. Can't you see that the fireworks over there are going to blow up the entire void? You still dare to rush over there? Hurry up and report to the flank. Notify the entire void front line. Lord Feng's void concept attack is about to arrive. Newbies, hurry up and get back into the realm of order. Get ready to defend. He's here. He's here. He's here. Order barrier open. Void origin order. The pure white energy abruptly exploded along with a colorful energy halo, instantly spreading across the entire front line of the void. The shriek of energy that reverberated across the void shook everyone's soul and eardrums, and everyone at Node 0 felt as if a pure white star had arrived before them without delay, stealing their vision. Then, in the very next second, the energy that could cleanse the entire void was unleashed all at once, destroying the black clouds that flickered wildly with red spots, and the abyssal death shroud within millions of miles vanished without a trace. Node 700 detected the indiscriminate attack of the origin order power. Node 1100 also has no problem here. 80% of the attacking abyssal death mist has been destroyed. The outcome of this round has been decided. Everyone, hurry up and take a breather. Replace the energy tower cores and reorganize the realm of order. Time is precious, hurry up and recover. Those guarding the realm of order, don't let your guard down. Those who still have the strength to move, leave those who don't know how to escape in the void. Node 333 has received a strong retaliation attack. Is there anyone who can come and help? Hold on. They'll be here in 3 seconds. Reinforcements have arrived. Brothers, grab your weapons. Kill these disgusting bastards. Yun Nuoshing let out a long breath and pulled out the nethervoid sword from the void. The energy circle that was circling around him spread to a wider area as the pair of colorful wings on his body stopped flapping and fell behind his back. He looked at the abyssal death mist in the distance and let out another breath. There's no problem here. How's your side? It's not a big problem. It's just a few little fledglings. They probably came out to train like us, or maybe they ran out on their own. With Jing Yun and the others, it's not a problem. We killed 2 of them and the other 3 escaped. Brother, the strength of these fledglings seems to be getting stronger. It wasn't so troublesome the last time we met them. Jing Yun's voice squeezed in at the right time. Yun Nuoshing frowned slightly. They're using the power of the abyssal death mist to strengthen themselves. Do you need me to go out next time? Not for now. Also, I think it's more like the result of gradual improvement. They're pseudo-primeval heavenly gods that forcefully fused with the power of the abyssal death mist. Although they look like that, they can't hold their ground. They might be trying to hold their ground now. But even if they can hold their ground completely, as long as they don't come out in a big group, it won't be a big problem. We have ways to deal with them. It'll take some time. Jing Yun laughed a few times. We can still handle it now. Brother, just focus on taking care of the front line of the void. If anything happens, I'll ask you to provide support. Got it. Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh of relief. Just as they had said, the void would not be peaceful forever, and the underworld would not be left out either. Not long after that period of silence, they had once again started a war. The intensity of the war was considered to be moderate, and they did not continue to fight. Instead, they fought and stopped. The world of order, whose strength was increasing day by day, was now able to fight evenly with the death mist of the abyss, with both sides winning and losing. Then, there was a slight change in the situation. The fledglings had joined the war 300 to 400 million years ago. Throughout the 300 to 400 million years, the fledglings did not come out often. Every time, they would come out in small groups of 3 or 5. Currently, there were at most 5 fledglings, and they would occasionally split up and regroup. When they realized that it was the same no matter how they split up or regroup, the world of order would always be able to rescue them, surround them, and counterattack them in an instant. Although it was a fake primeval heavenly god, it still carried the name of the primeval heavenly god. It was not that easy to deal with it. In the first few battles, the world of order suffered great losses every time. They would even let the fledglings slip away. Later on, after grasping the situation of the other party, Hui and Jing Yun would work together to deal with it. The front line of the void was guarded by him alone. After this adjustment, there were no more abnormal situations. Occasionally, they could even let 1 or 2 fledglings stay. The attack of the abyssal death mist has also intensified. I feel that something will happen in a short period of time. Phone, don't jinx it. Hui was tidying up the battlefield. Hearing that, he staggered and almost did a split in the void. He could not help but smile bitterly. Well, we have been guarding this position for 500 million years without retreating. It's normal that they would do something else in their impatience. We just have to strengthen our defenses. Jing Yun suddenly laughed. The speed of salvaging the Sanctum of Origins across the void has also sped up. With enough Sanctum of Origins, we can strengthen the resonance between each other and carry out accurate salvage. When the sanctum of origins is used in all the nodes of the void frontline, the resonance of thousands of nodes. If the underworld does not send out a proper primeval heavenly god, they won't be able to scratch the void blockade. After hundreds of millions of years, the world of order had finally gained a foothold on the battlefield between order and chaos. The three of them could not help but sigh in unison. It's not easy. The spawn of the abyssal death mist stood a considerable distance away from the void blockade, uttering incomprehensible syllables and growling. After a brief moment, the remnants of the defeated army bellowed angrily at the void, their eye-like organs flashing with scarlet radiance. But soon they turned around in unison, turning into clouds and retreating towards the main army. The abyssal death mist has retreated. This wave of attacks is over. Check the situation at each node and report back in 10 minutes. Those who still have the strength to clean up the battlefield near the sealing circle, adjust the power of order, and get rid of all the chaos aura attached to the sealing circle. Phew, we've finally made it. It wasn't easy. Don't look like you've won. Lord Feng would always come out to clear the battlefield at every critical moment. We have to work harder and think of something when we're resting. Whether it's strengthening our own power or small strategies, it's not going to work in the grand scheme of things in the void. But it might work in a small area, such as creating traps, digging holes, and killing a patch of the abyssal death mist. Oh, that's true. I'm not resting. I'm going outside to take a look. Lord Feng. Yun Nuoshing turned around. Jing Yuanji came up from the side, her pretty face a little tired and pale. She had worked hard in the battle just now. She was clearly not the type to charge and break through enemy lines, yet she insisted on staying at the forefront. Thank you for your hard work. How are the nodes? Nothing out of the ordinary for now. Jing Yuanji shook her head. The rest will be reported over a period of time. How are Qing Huang and Siyu? Jing Yuanji looked back at the direction of the Void City and shrugged. Yun Nuoshing saw it and looked over as well. The two girls were nestled on the city wall with Daoheaven, so tired that their tongues were hanging out. As if sensing his gaze, Siyu reluctantly raised her hand and waved at him in greeting. Yun Nuoshing also raised his hand and waved, before turning to Jing Yuanji. I may not be able to take care of the small things since I'm in control of the big picture. I'll leave the girls and the situation at this node to you. Jing Yuanji nodded slightly. Okay. Yun Nuoshing reached out and patted her head. Phew. Anyway, it's been hard on you. Just clean up the battlefield as before. If nothing out of the ordinary happens, continue to deal with the follow-up matters as usual. The new batch of recruits also need to be integrated and carried out. Jing Yuanji saw that Lord Feng suddenly paused and looked up curiously. What's wrong, Lord Feng? News from the rear. Yun Nuoshing's eyes flashed. Maybe there's trouble over there. Jing Yuanji thought for a moment and said, Oh. She knew that Xing Lu was busy in the realm of the gods. It had been 700 million years and nothing had happened. Now that he suddenly contacted her, it could be something very important. Then I'll go deal with the post-war matters first. Rest well. Taking advantage of the fact that Jing Yuanji hadn't gone far, Yun Nuoshing patted his cheeks and found Xing Lu's soul seed. Before he could speak, the other side threw over a sentence that didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Lord Feng, what's going on with the first and second divine flames? These two things don't exist in the entire realm of the god. Yun Nuoshing's face stiffened. No, actually I don't know even if you ask me. I've never seen them before. A series of strange clanking sounds came from the soul transmission. After a while, Xing Lu's voice, which did not know whether to laugh or cry, was heard. Well, okay. Without these two divine flames, how do we open the first secret artifact? Didn't I tell you at the beginning? This time, it was Yun Nuoshing's turn to be stunned. I remember telling you. Didn't I? What? But it's 700 million years ago. I might have remembered wrongly. Just take it that I remembered wrongly. I'll say it again. Yun Nuashing shook his head, not intending to delve into the memory of 700 million years. He coughed dryly and said, "Anyway, you don't have to care about the first two fragments. You just have to collect the rest. When the space of the first secret artifact is about to be opened, Hui and I can be the key fragments. Make a note of it, I've definitely said it this time. So you don't have to care about the first and second things." Xing Lu laughed bitterly. Fortunately, he did not take the initiative to mess with those two things over the years. Otherwise, he would have run into a wall in vain. "How's the situation on your side?" "The realm of the gods. Everything is as usual. After the portal to the void frontline is built, there would occasionally be some rising stars who would go to the void frontline. Most of them are just watching. No one knows much about it." Xing Lu looked straight at the desert before him and pulled the collar of his brown cloak. "Lord Feng, how's the situation on your side?" "The abyssal death mist. It's been a few 100 million years, but there aren't too many problems. The realm of order is slowly gaining a foothold." As expected, the enemy won't be willing to be left out." Xing Lu sighed deeply. "If that's the case, I'll have to speed things up on my side. I'll probably contact you again soon. I wish you all the best, Lord Feng. You should be careful too. Don't be too impatient. The creations of the realm of the gods are not much easier to deal with than the death shroud of the abyss." Xing Lu grinned his white teeth at the sand-filled land. "Don't worry. I'll get the job done. I wish you all the best." Chapter 1672. The world itself was rather simple. It was as if the land was covered in a layer of pure and untainted whiteness after a winter snow that hid all gray and darkness. The falling snow drifted and the dark clouds dispersed, and the sky of the world reflected a myriad of dazzling colors. That was the billions of flourishing and dazzling things that this world possessed. It was so magnificent, pleasing to the eye, and exquisite beyond compare. However, that was a one-sided impression projected in the eyes of the small view of world order. In reality, in the view of the void, it was rather boring and dull. The splendor of the world, its form, meaning, and color had all faded away, leaving only the endless sea of darkness and nothingness. After seeing the existence of the two with her own eyes, she thought so as well. However, that was how the world was, and they simply existed there. He seemed to have said so, and those things were told to her bit by the images he left behind, although most of the time she could only piece together a few things that could be recognized by her brain to understand. The blazing sun shone blindingly from the horizon, and the dazzling sunlight reflected golden halos and halos in her black eyes. It made her squint her eyes for a moment, but did not stop other scenes from being reflected in her eyes. The azure sky was clear and cloudless, deep and boundless. It was like a mirror that reflected the world witnessed by billions of things, responding to the blazing sun and the life in this world. It was the same sky, the same scene. It doesn't seem to be any different. She softly exhaled towards the sky, her pale white hair dancing in the wind. No, it was still different. The atmosphere and aura of this world were different from that world. The lofty blue sky, the vast and boundless land, the unimaginable distance, the unimaginable size, the vast starry sky. The two created two boundless spaces that wrapped her in the center, dazzling her and making her lose her sense of direction for a moment. Like many pioneers who walked out of their cradles, she walked out and stood there for a long time before suddenly bursting into tears. She could not find north, south, east, or west. Logically speaking, she ran from the cradle world to the greater world. Apart from the blue sky, the sun, the endless plains, mountains, rivers, and lakes, she did not even see a place where people lived. No, let's not talk about that. There were no signs of man-made things within sight. Where is this? She took a deep breath and looked around. There was no one around. She couldn't find her bearings. The sun was still overhead. North, south, east, west. TSK, forget it. This was the time to take the next step of the plan. She flipped her palm in the space and took out 3 small cloth bags with coils tied around them. She looked at them from left to right. She kept the small cloth bag with the number 1 written on it and threw the other 2 into the storage space. With a calm face, she seriously untied the coils of the first cloth bag. There was a small piece of paper in the small pouch. She calmly took it out and unfolded it. "Captain, you must be lost, right? A guy who can get lost in his own world and go to the wrong planet for the first time definitely won't be able to find his way in a new world. Yao Guang. I'll definitely give that guy a good beating when I get back. In any case, how about we look for what senior god left behind?" Yao Guang laughed dryly. His face was full of awkwardness. He was indeed dizzy from the high blue sky and the endless earth. He had forgotten about the hint that was right beside him. After a few minutes of searching, he found a crystal ball marked with the words, "Open in the realm of the gods." After a few more minutes of searching, he found a large map. It was a map of the entire realm of the gods, and it was a version from hundreds of millions of years ago. There was also a sentence on it: "Just find a place and keep walking. You'll find the way eventually." Anyway, by the time you open the realm of the gods, more than 70% of the information on this map will be outdated. If you're lucky, you might find 1 or 2 ruins. Of course, there's also the possibility that nothing has changed. Of course, there's also the possibility that the realm of the gods has exploded when you come out. Yao Guang took a deep breath. What a frivolous senior god. If you want to find me, well, it won't be easy. But if you have anything to say it when we meet. If you want to find me, come to the central region. Whether you want to find me or find a way to find me, it's there. The central region, huh? So where was she now? How could she get to the central region? Yao Guang looked around in a daze. Then, he let out a long sigh and smiled bitterly. Forget it, I'll just walk in a random direction. Up north, down south, left, west, right, east. Go right. Then, accompanied by a violent flash of energy, she shot out and disappeared into the sky on her right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, there are 2 more little things in the Sourcepeak region. They should be the last 2 in the Sourcepeak region. Xing Lu spread out the treasure map on the ground and looked at the flame marks one by one. After a while, she looked up in shock. Wait a minute. I don't remember seeing these 2 little things 3,000 years ago. I couldn't have made such a low-level mistake. I've been to those 2 places 2 or 3 times. Maybe they were born when you were in seclusion. Xian Lei's voice came from beside her. Xing Lu smiled bitterly. There was nothing he could do. After all, every time he was in seclusion, every time he blinked and opened his eyes, it would be thousands of years or even millions of years. Well, 26th, 19th. I guess I'll have to put in some effort. Xing Lu sighed and jumped down from the big rock on the mountain. Putting away the treasure map, she flung her brown cloak and headed to the nearest city. Anyway, I'll rest for a while and see what's going on in the realm of the gods. Then, I'll see if there's any information about those 2 little things. If they were born in the last 3,000 years, there should be some movement. If there's no accident, I'll go there directly. Xian Lei, how much time has passed? The black clouds rolled slightly, and a sigh could be heard. Counting the 3,000 years, it's almost 600,000 years. The journey is about to come to an end. 600,000 years. It's a period of time without me noticing, but it's not that long. Let's hurry and try to get this over with in 1 or 2 years. Xing Lu took a deep breath and patted his cheeks. On the surface, all the remaining conditions had appeared in the realm of the gods. Now, he just needed to get them. In the past, other than searching for them, he was mostly waiting for them to appear and mature. The newborn bodies would also be marked on the treasure map, but it was useless for him to have them. He could only go to other places to make a move on other divine flames, or sit down and wait until they mature. This wait would take up to 5 or 6 digits. The long time slipped away bit by bit just like that. Most of the time, it was rather unlucky. Almost every 5 or 6 of them would enter a long waiting period. When the waiting period was over, another portion of them would mature, and he would collect them and wait for the next batch. Why did he make it sound like seasonal vegetables? The kind that would be collected for hundreds of thousands of years. There's a strange presence approaching. It's 90% similar to the realm of the gods, but there's something different. Just as Xing Lu was about to speed up and cross this distance, Xian Lei's voice suddenly rang out, startling him. The two of them tilted their heads and looked towards the distant blue sky. About 10,000 miles high up in the sky, there was a panic-stricken aura that was being emitted. It was pacing back and forth like a headless fly. A visitor from outside the realm? No, the presence of a visitor from outside the realm shouldn't be so close. Xing Lu frowned and moved towards the presence. Let's take a little time. Anyway, let's go and take a look first. 10,000 miles up in the sky, Xing Lu's figure was hidden in the void. His gaze pierced through the void and saw the abnormal figure that was wandering in the sky of the realm of the gods, a relatively young rebirth realm cultivator, probably not more than 1 billion years old, and a beautiful white-haired girl. She's really pretty, but that's not the point. At this moment, she was holding a large map that was 6 or 7 meters long and wide. Her eyes were darting around, and her anxious face was constantly sweating. She seemed to be comparing the terrain and the map. After a while, she turned the map around, but she couldn't find a reference point. What's this? Directionally challenged? Can't find the way, or are you blaming the map for not being useful? Xing Lu stared blankly for a long time and couldn't help but smile bitterly. The black cloud rolled for a moment and said, "That map has the residual presence of Lord Observer." Lord Feng's presence? Xing Lu's bitter smile froze with a crack. After a moment, he calmed down and pondered. Is it their guest? It's hard to say. Maybe. They wouldn't give something to someone they haven't seen before for no reason. Plus, her presence, laws, and order are extremely similar to those of the realm of the gods. If I'm not mistaken, she probably has something to do with it. Xing Lu scratched his head. That's a headache. If she was Lord Feng's guest, they would have to be a little more careful. Right now, they didn't know if Lord Feng and the others were fighting at the front line of the void, so it was best not to rashly disturb them. Forget it, I'll deal with it as I wish. With that thought, he stopped worrying and slowly floated up from the void. Hey, you over there. Yao Guang, who was racking her brains to identify the relationship between the terrain and the map, was suddenly startled by a voice that came from behind her. She almost fell from the sky and hurriedly jumped back with a yelp. When she turned around, she saw a thin figure of about 20 years old, or rather, a youth, staring at her. He was wearing a brown tattered cloak that looked travel-worn. You're not from the realm of the gods, are you? You don't have the presence of a mark from the realm of the gods. Do you have a temporary pass? Yao Guang, who was about to speak, was stunned when she heard that. What pass? Do we need a pass to come here? Of course, we're in an emergency right now. Xing Lu crossed his arms and nodded solemnly. Since he wasn't sure of the relationship between the girl and Lord Feng, he decided not to bluff her for now. The void isn't peaceful right now. Visitors who come to the realm of the gods need to be registered and marked with the presence of the laws of the realm of the gods before they can enter. If you apply for a temporary pass, you'll be given a free tour of the realm of the gods for half a day. If you change your temporary pass to a permanent pass, you'll have to go through a year of inspection. If you do anything harmful to the realm of the gods during this period, such as smashing, looting, harassing the local residents, destroying the laws of the realm of the gods out of boredom, disrupting the order of the realm of the gods, or reversing the void. If you're involved in any of these things, forget about your permanent pass, even your temporary pass will be revoked. What's wrong? Yao Guang covered her face and smiled bitterly. I'm a little dizzy. You're not used to the laws of the realm of the gods. I understand. Xing Lu nodded and put her hands on her hip. So, where's your pass? Yao Guang smiled bitterly. Well, she couldn't say that she didn't have one, could she? It would be embarrassing if she was kicked out. But she really didn't have one. She couldn't afford to offend this person who seemed to be a manager of the realm of the gods. She didn't expect to need a pass to come to the greater world. But she had come from the inner of the realm of the gods, and she didn't run into any checkpoints or anything like that. How should she explain this? Could she just say it? She didn't know if the title of senior god would work. Before she could find him, she was thrown out of the realm of the gods. She could already imagine the scene of her being laughed at when she saw him. Xing Lu saw her face covered in cold sweat and hesitation. He took a deep breath and said, "If you don't have a pass, then we can only wait. I'll confess. I'll confess." Yao Guang's face was covered in sweat as she waved her hand and told him everything about her world. Actually, I was brought here by Senior Feng. Our world was a long time ago, a very long time ago. You really are Master Feng's guest. Xing Lu sighed in relief after getting an answer. He smiled and waved his hand. If you said you were Master Feng's guest, then we wouldn't have to waste time here. I was just about to take you to get a temporary pass. What's wrong? Yao Guang covered her face. I'm not used to the realm of the gods. She thought she was going to be thrown out. After 2 blunders, Yao Guang was finally able to talk about the predicament he was in. You want to go to the Divine Land. Well, the large void portal to the void frontline is in the Divine Land, but little girl. Xing Lu looked at Yao Guang sympathetically and pointed at her map. You're in the middle of the Source Peak domain, which is hundreds of thousands of light years away from the Divine Land. If we calculate your destination, this distance will be doubled. Yao Guang's face turned red. She lowered her head and muttered, I'm lost. Well, it's normal for someone to get lost in the realm of the god. But it's rare for someone like you to get so far. Xing Lv laughed and waved his hand to lead her in the right direction. Why didn't you ask someone for directions on the way? You couldn't have kept going in the same direction all the way here, could you? Yao Guang's face was stiff. She nodded stiffly. Everyone said to go east. East on the right. Xing Lu's expression froze as well. He looked at her with a strange, bitter smile. He couldn't help but cover his face and shake his head. For a young heavenly god to get lost like this was absolutely unprecedented. Even if it was east on the right, her right hand that didn't even turn around was amazing. Silently marking this beautiful girl as someone with no sense of direction, Xing Lv stopped talking about the previous topic and didn't continue to poke at her sore spot. Instead, he changed the topic to talk about the current situation. Void frontline. Yao Guang kept muttering those 4 words in a daze. Half of what Xing Lv had said had been automatically filtered out by her brain, while the rest had been processed naturally so that her brain would not shut down. That allowed her to clearly identify what she had just heard. It was all things that were beyond her knowledge and understanding at the moment. It's a very dangerous place, but it's also the most important place in the realm of order. If you want to find Lord Feng, you have to go there yourself. The judge shrugged. I won't stop you. Lord Feng has set up a small test at the entrance of the large-scale void portal. It's a chance to face the truth of the void and the madness and chaos of reality. Only those who can withstand it can continue to move forward, and those who can't should return and continue to cultivate. That's no joking matter. It's pointless even if you want to go but don't have the strength. You'll just be throwing your life away and blocking a bullet. Yao Guang nodded. Do I have to go there myself? Something like that. I don't know if Lord Feng and the others have taken special care of you. Personally, I treat everyone who wants to go to the void frontline the same, no matter what kind of mentality you have. It's been like this for hundreds of millions of years. If you're really prepared, Go on that path and find Lord Feng at the end. Yao Guang lowered her head and pondered for a moment. She nodded solemnly. From the moment I stepped out of our cradle, I've been prepared to face everything. If I stop without even facing the truth, this determination is too laughable. We have not had the time to talk to him. Even if it's for the determination to carry our cradle world, I have to go there. Then hold on to this determination. Don't be scared out of your wit. The large-scale void portal was actually a portal with the word void added to it. Its conceptual meaning was the same as its literal meaning. Adding the word void meant that it lacked the concept of void. It was a portal used for long-distance teleportation in the void. It was quite useful, but it was not that simple to set it up. Along the way, many void nodes had to be set up in the void to blur the void between the destination and the portal, allowing the two void zones to be closer in terms of rules and concept. Then, the teleportation would be carried out. Incidentally, the existence of void nodes and origin nodes would create a vague net in the void of order. Borrowing the power of those nodes, going to the void front line was as simple as opening a door, lifting a leg, and closing a door. After a few rapid teleportations, the lofty blue sky finally faded from her eyes. The sky had shrunk due to the presence of clouds, and there were many more creations on the ground, wiping away the emptiness and loneliness. There was a hint of life, and what appeared before her was a huge city that spanned hundreds of thousands of miles. Boundless vigor and liveliness emanated from it endlessly, rapidly filling the entire space. That portal is here? Yao Guang kept staring at the holy city of the divine continent below. Mei Mao kept flashing, projecting the myriad of sights below. It's in the observer's space that's fused with the void. It's a space that Lord Feng personally created. As Xing Lv spoke, he used his energy to resonate with the void, and the surrounding scenery suddenly darkened. Yao Guang looked at the scene in the reality space, as if it was being squeezed and hammered by an invisible force. It rapidly deformed before her eyes and was occupied by darkness. Gradually, she also felt that she was leaving the previous space and heading to the next place. According to Lord Feng, this space wasn't originally intended to be used to build a large-scale void portal. Later, he adjusted it a little and used it for his own use. He prepared everything himself, and I finished setting it up here not long ago. It's directly connected to the void front line. Not long ago? Yes, about 600 or 700 million years ago. At that time, I had something to do, so I came back. I've been staying until now, and I still haven't finished my work. However, it won't be long now. It should be done in about a year or so. Yao Guang was speechless. She decided not to delve too deeply into it. When the darkness before her eyes was no longer turbulent and became stable, Yao Guang felt that she had returned from a state of floating to a space with her feet on the ground. Although the background before her eyes was still dark, she had already learned that this place of pure darkness was called the void. It was different from the void in the starry sky. This was the void in the purest sense, containing billions of things that she couldn't understand but needed to understand. Ordinary people might burn just trying to understand it. The void in this space was not absolute nothingness. There was a cluster of buildings that seemed to be a small city. Some people appeared from the same place like her, and some people walked slowly from the void and landed in this place. These people might have communicated with each other, or it might have just been a brief exchange of glances. Then, everyone walked towards the same place. In the distance, at the edge of the small city, bright starlight suddenly appeared in the void. It seemed to be projected from the real world into this space. In the place where the starlight surrounded, there was an extremely magnificent and huge building. It was a pillar whose top part was directly in contact with the void, so its specific size was unknown. Well, it really looked like a pillar. It should be called a circle of pillars. It was made up of a huge pillar that was tens of thousands of feet thick as the core, and a circle of smaller pillars that were only 1/10 of the width of the larger pillar. Those pillars were colorful and pure white, with pure black mysterious runes engraved on them, reflecting the colorful pure white light. In the spacious space between the large and small pillars, fine white raindrops fell. Each of them was clearly 1 foot long, and the energy they contained, she could not identify it now, but it contained a lot of energy. That's the teleportation door? Yao Guang could not help but ask as he pointed at the only noteworthy huge structure in the small city. Of course. Although it doesn't seem to have much to do with a door, it is indeed a door. It contains the energy of the world of order. Other than directly connecting to the various nodes in the void frontline, it can also be used as a void blur teleportation. You just need to know the rough coordinates of the void, but it is limited to teleportation within the void of order. In the void of chaos, the laws, concepts, and order are all different, so there is no way to teleport there. Xing Lv raised his finger and pointed at the part where the pillars were fused with the void. Actually, its main body has been suppressed by the void and the laws of the realm of the gods. It should be as big as a sun, but look at the stairs below. If its main body was here, it would take hours to climb the stairs with just 2 feet. Do you believe me? Yao Guang was speechless. Well, I won't go into more details. You go first. It's better to experience it yourself than to nag endlessly here. I've already sent you the coordinates of the void node where Lord Feng and the others are. Remember not to go to the wrong place. Xing Lv said with a smile. He could not help but sigh as he looked at the void portal. The situation on the other side had been disconnected for 600 or 700 million years. Who knows, not noticing Xing Lv's sudden melancholy, Yao Guang had already nodded and walked forward. He followed the flow of the crowd and stepped into the building formed by a group of pillars and platforms. As the light flashed, everything around him disappeared again. By the time he reacted, his body had already sunk into the darkness. Did I lose track of the void coordinates because of my train of thought? Yao Guang's pretty face paled. Just as she thought that she had been thrown into a corner of the void, a figure suddenly appeared in the darkness before her. It was a figure that she had not seen for hundreds of millions of years. Now that they met again, it did not feel strange at all. Instead, it felt so familiar, as if they had just met yesterday. Stop. The place you are going to is the most violent and insane hell in the world. Those who enter by mistake, or those who are not mentally prepared, leave at once. His voice echoed softly by her ear, carrying with it a soul-shaking interrogation that could not be looked at directly. Yao Guang suddenly realized that this was the test that Xing Lv had mentioned. She took a deep breath and walked forward fearlessly. In the next moment, the void turned into a vast ocean that carried billions of information rushed towards her, crashing into her soul. She seemed to have inadvertently peeked into the truth of the void in that instant. If she wanted to understand it, it would probably take some time. According to their concept of time. Chapter 1673. Ashes, thick smoke, and an abnormal odor wafted in the air. The foul air filled the space and occasionally revealed its true form under the illumination of the blood-red setting sun, a cloud of gray, green, and purple strange gas. One could tell at a glance that it was definitely poisonous. Ordinary people could not fly in the daytime, but they could spiral into the sky. The air was filled with such gases, and it was impossible to see them with the naked eye. In order to make them appear, they had to be exposed to the blood-red sunlight. Most of the clouds in the sky were covered with thick black smoke from the burning of the earth, covering the sky and the sun. It was very difficult for the sunlight to seep through the gaps and barely illuminate the earth. The ground was full of burning ashes, and the remains and things that were not completely burned had become brittle. Poking with a finger would create a hole, and kicking with a leg would blow the entire ground full of ashes. The decorations on both sides of the road that were not monotonous were full of ashes and tattered remains. piles of ashes as high as hills, accompanied by the strange stench, and the huge red star in the sky that could be seen through the gaps of the black clouds. If the black clouds dispersed, one could see that it occupied 2/3 of the sky. It was already in a fragmented state, with a huge body showing 4 or 5 unusual shapes. Its density was forcibly torn apart by some force, showing several different densities in 4 or 5 areas, causing its form to change, becoming an orange-red jellyfish that was crushed into a ball and squeezed into pieces. Its gravity had also lost its normal control, and even at such a close distance, it could not drag the star into its stomach and burn it clean. Walking on the land where ashes and smoke danced with these strange scenes, it was like walking in a distinctive apocalyptic world. Well, perhaps it was not wrong. This world had already ushered in the end, and it was a normal thing to happen in this world. Unfortunately, its lifespan had not come to an end. Something tyrannical had pushed its young lifespan to the end, pushing the entire star system to the end ahead of time. There is no remaining breath of life. The last remaining breath of life faded away 17 minutes ago, and the abyssal death mist dissipated at the same time. If there is no accident, it should be so. He stood under the pile of ashes and waved his hand to let the holy aura spread out, purifying the aura here. Although it was not a problem to breathe, it had become a habit after all. He did not have the thought of swallowing the dirty aura into his stomach. Yun Nuoshing stood on top of the pile of ashes, holding a curved unknown object in her hand. She looked at it for a while before casually throwing it into the pile of ashes. As expected, this was a star system in a world of light occupied by the abyssal death mist. It was the base camp of the abyssal death mist entrenched in this world of light. The fact that the sun and planets were not completely destroyed was more or less out of their expectations. The world of light in the middle plane was not destroyed after being fully contaminated by the abyssal death mist, and it was not modified. Instead, it remained in the domain of the abyssal death mist for some unknown reason until they found that the world of light had not undergone any modification. It had withstood the devastation and destruction of the abyssal death mist with its own structural rules. That was something that not even the world of light in the upper plane could do. Curious, they came in to take a look, but found nothing of note so far. It was just a world of light with slightly stronger structural rules. Even if the abyssal death mist that once occupied this place was completely cleared, it had been severely damaged. Instead of repairing it, it was better to build a new world. Why don't we just use this place as a new node, and let the void blockade push here? We suddenly turned to Maple and said. Yun Nuoshing, who had just jumped down from the pile of ashes, was startled for a moment. She did not react for a moment. After a moment, she showed a thoughtful expression and shook her head. I don't recommend it. Not every attack has the conditions to push the void blockade forward, at least this time there is no such condition. To push the void blockade forward, to reorganize, to divide the realm of order, we need to suppress the abyssal death mist inside and outside at the same time, and we have to hold on until the realm of order is perfected. Now that we have just completed a major attack, the abyssal death mist has retreated by half. If we push the void blockade forward, there is no guarantee that they will not take this opportunity to cause trouble. Wait for the next time. We can only wait for the next chance, although I don't know if there will be a next time. Ah, that's true. The attack this time has consumed a lot of energy. He laughed dryly and scratched his head. He did not continue to insist. Then forget it. Let's bring this world back, and let the Sanctum of Origins purify it and make it into a node. It is extremely rare to see a middle plane with such powerful laws. It is a good material. As you wish. Yun Nuoshing shrugged. There were still sporadic bursts of energy flames in the starry sky. As they continued to look into the distance, there was also a battle happening in the void. It was the scene of the defeated abyssal death mist spawn being chased by the order forces. At this stage, there was no need for them to intervene, unless the enemy was pretending to retreat to lure the enemy in and suddenly send a large number of fledglings to drown them. However, this place was not particularly far from the realm of order that they had set up to push forward. This part of the void was also under their control. If they wanted to retreat, it would only take a thought. If they wanted to kill them, there was no need to do so. They could just send a few thousand fledglings over, and it would be enough for them to fight a bitter battle. Even if there were no fledglings, they could just throw a genuine primeval god over to pressure them. Little star, come quickly! Yun Nuoshing, who was about to go into the void, suddenly changed his expression. He frowned slightly and his aura changed. Hui sensed it and turned his head to see the change in his expression. What's wrong? Yun Nuoshing pointed at his head. Hui suddenly understood and said, Oh, then you talk to your wife first. I'll walk around nearby. Don't go too far. After replying casually, Yun Nuoshing went into the spiritual world. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a pair of golden eyes on his face. He was startled and quickly shrank back. What's wrong? What's going on? The little angel wrinkled her little nose, turned around and stood to the side, revealing the scene behind her. Look, the cold aura was obviously different from the spiritual world that was like spring all year round. The flower bed that the little angel liked the most was now a sculpture in ice. The whole thing had become a large ice cube, and all the flowers and vines were frozen. He knew what had happened just by looking at it. Something else happened to the girl? The little angel nodded. It happened a few minutes ago. The power of ice suddenly exploded, and it even froze a part of my wing. As she said, she put the white wing with a wingspan of 3 or 4 meters in front of him. He found that the edge of the left wing was more than a foot long. He reached out and knocked on it. Well, it was quite solid. Yun Nuoshing melted the ice on the wings of the little angel, and leaned close to the bed. He stretched his neck and looked at the bed. Sleeping Beauty was still sleeping soundly. It had been a long time. His source of chaos had evolved twice, but Frost still showed no signs of waking up. Some time ago, He came to him and said that the old guy in the divine court missed his daughter. He hadn't seen her for many years and asked when he could let her out so that he could take a look at her. It sounded like he had abducted someone else's daughter. It seemed that this was the case. But because he was worried about the evolution of Frost's source, he didn't let her out. He only told her for a while. Speaking of which, he knew the cause and effect of Frost's situation. It was an accident just like Ji Xuyen. But Ji Xuyen encountered the relic of origin, while Frost was swept into an energy storm in the void. When they rescued her, she was already like this. No one knew the specific situation. Well, at first, he thought that those guys in the divine court had done something inhumane to Frost. It turned out that it was just an accident. He didn't know whether to say it was a blessing or a misfortune. Alas, it was hard to explain. Stroking Frost's smooth forehead a few times, Yun Nuoshing pondered for a moment and said, "The evolution of the source has already entered the final stage." Suddenly, it was stimulated by something and sped up. It seems that it suddenly changed after I came to this planet. There was a strange power of law that accelerated her evolution. It's a bit interesting. I'll go and find it. Yun Nuoshing was about to rush out in front of the little angel. Then, she rushed back in a second and carried Frost. It's better to take her out. Do you want to come out for a walk? Now, the abyss death mist shouldn't appear in a short time. The little angel subconsciously took a step forward and was about to go out. Suddenly she paused. After thinking for a moment, she shook her head with a faint smile and said, "I'd better not go. I don't want to go out. Little star, don't pull me. I really don't want to go out. Don't." Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes and dragged the little girl out. Her consciousness had already taken a step out. She turned her head and said that she did not want to go out. Who was she kidding? This girl had been cooped up in his spiritual world all year round with the little purple soul and Frost as her companions. She had never come out of his spiritual world because she was worried that she would be discovered during the battle with the death fog of the abyss. Especially after the opponent's Yuansha realm and pseudo-Yuansha realm had appeared, she had shrunk even tighter and had not come out for a long time. We wandered around and came back. He happened to see Yun Nuashing raise his head. There was a flash of light on his body. He seemed to have woken up. Just as he walked over, he saw a girl who was emitting an extremely cold aura in his arms. Then, he even pulled out his own little angel. Instantly, his expression became a little strange. You came at the right time. There should be a strange law around here. Can you help me find it? About the demolition of the house, What's with your expression? We stared at him with a strange look, and he could not finish his sentence. We glanced at the embarrassed little angel, who was being dragged and seemed to want to escape. He then looked at the new girl, who was held in Maple's arms with one hand and part of his hair. We suddenly walked up to him and patted him on the shoulder. He said earnestly, "Maple, the family should be harmonious. She doesn't mind if there's a new house, but be careful not to leave the big. Hey, don't. Hey, I'm Nature's star." A few minutes later, we came back, rubbing his back and trembling. He gasped and said, so this unfinished origin life was stimulated by some law here? Yun Nuashing looked at him from the corner of her eyes as if she was looking at a maggot. After a while, she nodded. She changed her position and hugged Frost with both hands. She wrapped her hair around the uncomfortable little angel and said, "Anyway, that's what happened. Hurry up and find it, and then, actually, it's with me." Hui suddenly took out a sapphire. Yun Nuashing, who was about to fly up, almost fell to the ground. "Hey, I mentioned it to you earlier. Did you forget?" We looked at the observer, who was being dragged by the little angel in a flurry. We grinned wickedly. He coughed and repeated in a very casual tone, "Maple, there's a very strange law in this world. It seems to be the heart of the world. Wait a moment, I'll go and pick it up to have a look." Then he lowered his voice and imitated Maple's tone and said, "Hurry up and come back." "Well, I guess when you said it, your soul floated somewhere, so you didn't take it to heart." Yun Nuashing said, "Well, that's true. When you say something serious, you don't use such a tone, so I didn't take it to heart." She smiled and took the glowing heart of the world from Hui. It was about the size of a head, and its shape was oval but not regular. She held it in her hand and looked at it for a while. "It's indeed an unusual aura, and this heart of the world. This law looks a little strange. I'll take it back and let Jingyun have a look. This is not the type we've seen before. Ordinary hearts of the world don't have this kind of structural law. By the way, is this a large heart of the world or an independent heart of the world?" We pointed at his feet and said, "It's the heart of the world of this planet. It was born naturally, and it's a very special model. It will continue to evolve, and eventually become a model similar to the heart of the three realms of the gods." "That's a little special." Yun Nuashing nodded. There were very few naturally born independent hearts of the world. Currently, there were 8 known types, and the one in front of them was not the type they knew. According to its structural law, there should not be such a model, at least in the void. Well, if he continued to think about it, he might be involved in something very serious again. He would let Jingyun have a look first. We extracted a part of the law from the heart of the world and channeled it into Frost's soul. We looked at her from the side and saw that with the influx of the law, the cold aura on her body gradually disappeared. He could not help but let out a sigh of relief and said, "I can see that the last part of the structural law has been completed. She should be able to wake up in 1 or 2 days. You've been keeping this girl in your soul for hundreds of millions of years." Yun Nuashing observed for 10 minutes and saw that Frost did not show any abnormalities. He also directly saw that her structural law was gradually piecing together the last piece of the puzzle. Only then did he put her in his soul and shrugged at we. Although most of the time, I'm just using the origin energy and the power of order to wrap her up like a rice dumpling, and I don't do anything else. Lord Maple, Lord Hui, the abyssal death mist in the realm of order has been cleared. The energy reaction of the abyssal death mist is gradually returning to normal. The abyssal death mist and the manifestations have formed a wall in the distance. I Ching's voice suddenly transmitted into the souls of the two at the same time. He looked at the black mist in the distance in the void and said, "Do you want to continue forward? Let's retreat and go back to rest. The pursuit this time is already deep enough. We should have retreated 2 hours ago, but you guys insisted on chasing us for a little longer." Yun Nuoshing said before we could say anything. "Leave a talisman on the spot to monitor the abyssal death mist. First, check the situation of the battle. If there's nothing special, just deal with it as usual." Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Nua planet felt a movement that shook the sky and earth. However, this was not a movement in the void. It was a movement that came from the planet they were standing on at this moment. The planet that had been ravaged to the point of complete collapse by the abyssal death shroud could no longer maintain its form and began to crumble. A long, ear-piercing rumble reverberated beside one's ears as huge fissures that were hundreds of miles wide opened across the planet's crust. The land began to undulate before one's eyes as the tectonic plates split apart and crumbled. The polluted oceans and skies along with space were crushed into a pancake by the shattering power of rules and fell toward the planet's core. The dim core that was a mix of dark red and black was in a frenzy and violent state, accumulating such tremendous energy out of nowhere and bursting out a pillar of flame that was millions of miles tall toward the surface. The spark could be seen from the stars looking down. "Ah, just in time for the last bus. Let's get out of here." Hui waved his big hand and hurriedly rushed toward the starry sky. Yun Nuoshing also dragged the little angel, and followed behind unhurriedly. He turned around and saw with his own eyes that various parts of the shrinking land in front of him were undergoing violent changes. It became abnormally distorted, as if it had fallen into extreme self-destruction. When the blood-red sun was about to collapse, it spewed out a massive firestorm, and a huge tongue of flame engulfed the almost completely destroyed planet a minute later. If one was still standing on the surface at this moment, one would be able to see the spectacular scene of the solar storm slapping the Earth like a concentrated wave. The latter's structure had already disintegrated before the tongue of flame reached it. The violent explosion caused by the internal and external pressure had turned the entire surface into a mess of fragments. It suddenly defied common sense and stopped spinning, falling straight towards its own sun. However, the planet had already blown itself into billions of fragments in a series of earth-shattering energy explosions. In the end, less than half of the fragments fell towards the sun. One could barely see that it was once a spherical object. The small tail behind it was hundreds of millions of fragments. Miraculously, they did not fall with the main body but continued to spin around the sun, melting and dragging a star ring. The entire process would probably last about 2 to 3 days. Or perhaps it would only take 2 to 3 seconds. Boom! Boom! The scene of destruction in the starry skies should have been silent. It was a silent prayer. A silent prayer, but it was enough to illuminate the vanishing scene of the starry skies. The blood-red energy fireworks were the most dazzling sight in the starry skies. As if a sacrifice for love, after the planet fell and was destroyed, the blood-red sun that had already collapsed in form followed its footsteps, releasing a powerful energy nova. Accompanied by the remnant energy and power of the abyssal death shroud, the sound of destruction spread across the entire starry skies, vaporizing everything that existed in the surrounding planetary regions. Now there was nothing left. Whether it was the fragments of the planet or the sun, there was nothing left. The debris that might have existed after the sun was blown up had been converted into energy by the abyssal death mist in an unreasonable manner and poured out all at once. The power of the new energy star was also more than a few million times stronger than usual. The vast clearing left behind a boundless starry sky. Originally, this starry sky was already empty enough after being occupied by the abyssal death mist. Now there was really nothing left. Ah, the last thing is gone too. If I had known, I would have stopped it. Hui stared at the empty starry skies before him, scratching his head, and could not help but sigh. At first, I wanted to see if there was anything left behind, such as the life that once existed on the planet. Finding one or two relics would have been fine. Just that world core alone. Sigh, it's probably not bad to have a world core left. The abyssal death shroud has destroyed the structural laws of the entire star system, and it has been destroyed quite thoroughly. Unlike the time when the cloud continent could still be salvaged, this time, it can't be saved. Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh and looked up at the dim starry skies with only a few stars. Anyway, in the face of this unreasonable battle, it's normal for anything to disappear. A planet, a sun, is just a grain of sand in this battle. It's not even a unit of measurement. So, when the end comes, everything will disappear, right? Hui put his hands in his pockets and said with a chuckle. That doesn't sound fun. It's not fun in the first place. This void, this war, has never been fun. Everything that happens in this world, if it can't be left behind to bear the burden, if it can't be recorded, it's just a passing cloud in the end. It's gone when it's gone, just like them, and just like us. It's just a rubbish game, this void. Hui tilted his head and looked at him, patted him on the shoulder, and let out a long sigh, but did not say anything. Lord Feng, Lord Hui, there's a guest at Node 0. Yun Nuoshing and Hui were startled at the same time, and recovered from the melancholy sigh. They looked at each other and said in unison, a guest. Jing Yuanji nodded, thought for a moment, and deliberately did not say, an old friend. Well, it seems that someone I used to know has grown to the level to stand in this place. Hui grinned and stretched and patted Feng on the shoulder. Take this world back. Let's go back and see which little fellow has just grown up and can come to the front line of the void. Congratulations, congratulations. What congratulations? Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes and pulled the little angel by the hand to catch up with Hui. I don't feel any congratulations at all. Well, if they've grown this much, it's certainly worth celebrating. Haha. Chapter 1674. The light of teleportation faded from their eyes. Chaos and order smashed each other's faces. The tragic traces and aura left behind by the battle had all faded away. They returned to the embrace of order. It was as if they had just been frozen into a popsicle in a world of ice and snow. Now they were being warmed by the lava lake next to them. Ordinary people would not be able to withstand such a feeling. In the void behind them, after passing through the area where the void was sealed, the power of order spread out in a ring shape along with the energy towers erected in the void. They removed the remaining abyssal death mist in the void, allowing the power of order in the void to quickly recover. Cleaning up the battlefield was basically just dealing with these two matters. At most, they would have to carry back the order warriors who were too tired to walk far away in the void, or run back with a single kick. Little star. Yun Nuoshing. A sharp voice suddenly exploded from behind him. Yun Nuoshing, who had just finished his teleportation state, was shocked. He subconsciously turned around in shock. Before he could even scream, he instantly collided with a beautiful white figure and rushed out together, flying into the endless void. Hui and the little angel calmly watched this scene. They calmly turned their heads and saw Feng Qinghuang in a red dress running over to them with a smile. We couldn't stop them. They were quite used to it. Ever since these two girls were arranged to fight alongside Jing Yuanji and her team, they would do this every time there was a big battle. This was a fixed program. However, A certain observer who had just come down from the battlefield was not very smart. He didn't know how many times this had happened, but he still couldn't react. Or perhaps, he did not intend to react at all. "Big brother, are you tired again?" Dao Heaven slowly emerged from the void. Her platinum-colored hair swayed behind her back. When it stopped, it reached her ankles. She had seen the entire process. "You've just finished, and now you're going to risk your lives again?" "No, we just picked up some trash and went to watch the fireworks." Hui waved his hand. He was telling the truth. Although the fireworks at the end were really out of their expectations, the little angel looked at Dao Heaven and tilted her head in confusion. "Where are Yuan Kong and Qingyu?" "Qingyu was brought along by your sister to clean up the battlefield. They seem to be working on something. It is said that if it goes well, they may find a way to suppress the abyssal death mist." Dao Heaven shrugged as he spoke. A calm expression flashed through his left eye's metallic gold color and his right eye's mottled white color. How many times have you said this?" "About 3,000 times? Last time, you took a world of abyssal death mist as an experiment. In less than half a day, not even ashes were left. What are you planning to do this time?" "I don't know. I was tired, so I came back first." Little Angel and Dao Heaven looked at each other and let out a long sigh. What a worrisome little girl. Yuan Kong and the little angel were not quite the same. The latter knew that she could only be a support, so she had been holed up in Yun Nuoxing's spiritual world. On the other hand, Yuan Kong unexpectedly had decent combat ability and was so bold that she did not worry about being seen through. She fought alongside Qingyu, Dao Heaven and the others. At first, Yun Nuoxing refused, but he could not stop the little girl whose actions were faster than her brain. He could only let her fight freely, although he did ask Jing Yuanji to look after her. After a long time of gathering and parting, although they were all in the same space, they could only feel the presence of each other's souls or the presence of energy in the space during a normal battle. It was difficult to see him or her in the chaotic battlefield with the naked eye, especially the observer who was in charge of the overall situation. Therefore, when they heard that old friends had come to the front line, they all came over to take a look out of curiosity. It could be considered as a reunion after more than a decade. Feng Qinghuang and Siyu had successfully become mid-tier heavenly gods. There seemed to be nothing else. Although everyone in the Origin realm had experienced some changes in their cultivation levels, the changes in their battle prowess were not very obvious. They needed more time to accumulate, especially Hui and Jing Yun, who stood at the top. One of them was a genuine primeval. Other than Jing Yun, no one knew about his situation. There was also a group of primeval. They seemed to have found a way to recover a small portion of their usable strength. As for Maple, no one knew what was going on with him except for himself. However, it seemed that he had not fought with his full strength for 200 to 300 million years, even if the primeval divine god of the underworld had come out to cause trouble. Hui glanced around and heaved a sigh of relief with one hand on his waist. "Well, seeing that everyone is in good condition, I'm more or less relieved. At the beginning, when you guys said that you wanted to go out and fight, Feng was scared stiff. I only paused for a few seconds before I was stunned." A voice came from the side. Everyone turned around and saw Yun Nuoxing holding his waist and gasping for air. He was being supported by Siyu as they walked back. He trembled and mumbled, my waist hurts. Where is Yuan Ji?" The voice came from the soul transmission. After a while there was a response. "Lord Feng, I'm dealing with a small situation. It's almost done. I'm bringing the guest over. Please give me a direction. It's best if it's an empty space." Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Bring the guest over? And a direction. Why did he feel that it was a little strange? And the noise in the voice was a little strange. The group of people looked at each other and were a little confused. However, since Jing Yuanji said so, they quickly formed a long line and then set up a flat field of order outside the node city. Yun Nuoxing had just set up a place and threw the coordinates over. Suddenly, a ray of light bloomed from the void, startling them a little. The light suddenly emerged from a crack in the void. It was like a dreamy scene of dark clouds dispersing and sunlight sprinkling down on a curtain of light. The horizontal crack was tens of thousands of miles long, attracting the attention of the few people who stayed behind in Node 0. They stared curiously at the golden light that illuminated the night sky of Node 0. The golden light, the gradually widening crack, the surging energy, and the instability. Instability? Get down! Yun Nuoxing waved his hand and shouted. He grabbed the little angel, Blue Phoenix, and Siyu with both hands and pressed them to the ground. Hui also prostrated himself in front of the void in front of him. A moment later, the golden light in front of him suddenly shrank and then, boom! A golden beam of light erupted from the void in front of them like a giant column of raging magma. It whistled past not far above them and rubbed against the barrier of Node 0. That's not right, Feng. An energy barrier only takes a moment, right? Hui calmly raised his head. Why do we have to get down? Yun Nuoxing. Your brain is not working well. Don't look at me. Everyone nodded. After all, the offensive battle had just ended. Although they did not use such ferocious power, they did use up a lot of energy. At this moment they could not concentrate. They understood. What's the situation over there? You don't have to make such a big movement to receive guests, right? Hui patted his hair and stood up. He waved his hand to disperse the golden energy that surged past the magma pillar. A huge amount of golden energy lingered in the void and did not dissipate, dyeing the void with a faint golden color. No wonder it needs to open up an open space. If it explodes in Node 0, we'll have to build a wall again. The mighty golden light continued to hover for a few minutes. The crack slowly shrank from thousands of miles long to only 100 feet wide. Then, it floated in front of Yun Nuoxing and the others, shrinking as it floated. When it finally shrank to only 2 or 3 feet wide, the crack stabilized in front of them. Another burst of golden light surged. Seeing this flash of golden light, Dao Tian and the others instinctively shrank behind Yun Nuoxing. But this time, it did not explode. After the golden light surged for a while, a pale blue figure slowly walked out from it. It was Jing Yuanji. She looked a little embarrassed, her beautiful face was stained with burned ashes. Ah, Lord Feng, we're back. Seeing Lord Feng and Lord Hui standing in front of her, Jing Yuanji quickly bowed. After habitually greeting them, she showed a very natural expression and smiled sheepishly. There was a little accident. When a guest was teleporting, it seemed that the coordinates were a little blurry, causing a deviation in the teleportation. He appeared in a battlefield that was being cleaned up, and then inexplicably triggered a second void teleportation. The remaining abyssal death shroud caused the second teleportation to be abnormal. Yun Nuoxing waved her hand to stop her. Just tell me what happened in detail. He went on a rampage in the void for 20 minutes, passed through 31 worlds, crossed from the upper realm to the existing middle realm in an instant, rushed back and forth 3 or 4 times, and then rolled along the void seal for 10 minutes. In the end, he accumulated a large amount of energy that couldn't be released. Well, as you just saw. Everyone. Speaking of which, the probability of this chain of events happening together was very small. Using a very basic level of teleportation in the abyssal death shroud would indeed cause a little trouble, but it was also very rare for the trouble to be magnified to such an extent. However, when the void teleportation gate was set up, the teleportation coordinates were not brought out of the void seal. To put it bluntly, as long as there was nothing wrong with one's brain, there wouldn't be a teleportation zone in Node 0. It couldn't be that they couldn't even grasp the coordinates at that moment, right? This kind of situation had never happened in the past hundreds of millions of years. Me and another person tried to stop it, but we didn't succeed. Jing Yuanji laughed dryly and wiped her pretty face. She turned her head and whispered, We were carried along and rolled in the void for 30 minutes. Everyone. Yun Nuoshing took a piece of silk handkerchief and rubbed her face. She looked at the crack behind them and asked, "So, where is he?" He's coming, he's coming. I'm a little dizzy. Wait a minute. He's coming out now." A slightly familiar voice came from the crack, with a little bit of the winter breath that was rendered in the world of ice and snow. It seemed that they had heard this voice not long ago, hundreds of millions of years ago. A slightly strange-looking figure came out from the crack. After the golden light on the figure faded, Yun Nuoshing and the rest saw clearly who it was. The figure was a young man wearing a loose casual robe. His deep black eyes glowed with a bright blue glimmer. Wherever his gaze swept, there seemed to be a surge of cold air. It was Ji Hanshao who was pulled out not long ago. Looking at his current breath, it seemed that he had completely adapted to the rules, void, and order of the 8 Elements sector's normal world. There shouldn't be any abnormalities in the cloud continent. Then, there was a petite figure that was clamped under Ji Hanshao's armpit. It was a beautiful young girl with light white hair. She wore light black clothes and a few pieces of light armor that seemed to be formed by energy. She was unconscious with her head lowered. "Long time no see, Lord Feng, Lord Huijun. I'm here to help you." Ji Hanshao smiled at Yun Nuoshing and Hui and nodded. He also lifted the girl under his armpit. It's just that it was a little thrilling on the way here. I don't know which family's girl was also coming here like me. Originally, we had safely crossed a few places, and it seemed like we were halfway through the teleportation. Then, I saw that she suddenly lost control and could only rush over to help. I didn't expect that I didn't manage to catch her, and instead, I was dragged around in the void. Fortunately, I had this lady's help. Otherwise, I don't know how long it would take. Yun Nuoshing stared blankly at Ji Hanshao. Long time no see. Although I don't think it's considered long, these years have passed quite quickly. I don't feel anything special. Ji Hanshao laughed dryly. Hundreds of millions of years have passed. I feel that it's been a long time, but after understanding the situation here, perhaps time is just that. It seems like the new Union continent has been completely settled? Hui looked at Ji Hanshao. It seems like they've adapted to 70 to 80% of it. After the new rules were changed, there was a commotion during the reconstruction period. However, it didn't have much of an impact. Our friends were all there, so order was restored very quickly. The reconstruction also took a few hundred years to slow down. The current Union continent. You can see it as a shadow of the previous continent. The overall layout isn't too different, Ji Hanshao said with a smile. After reminiscing for a while, he quickly passed the girl in his arms to Yun Nuoshing. "Oh, right. Look at this child. She hasn't woken up for a long time. I don't know if she fainted from being shaken in the void. A beginner-level enlightened god. Once she's adapted to the void, she shouldn't be." Yun Nuoshing casually took the girl with light white hair. She turned her face over and was stunned. Yao Guang? The time of this name was a little further away. When everyone was pondering, Hui was the first to react. "The one we saw in the graveyard of gods and demons?" Yun Nuoshing nodded. She used her spiritual power to wake up the girl who had become a little strange in a certain aspect after not seeing her for many years. She looked at Ji Hanshao and said, "Their world is next to the new Union continent. It's in the same layer of space. Other than me, no one can make the two worlds meet. I went to that layer of space earlier than you guys, more than 100 million years earlier." Ji Hanshao replied, "Is it the same situation as the Union continent?" No. In other words, their situation is even more ridiculous. Before they came to the outside world, they were actually a group of mortals. However, what they faced. Yes, it's the things we faced together back then. It's just a weakened version. Even Ji Hanshao's cheeks twitched when he heard Hui mention what happened back then. Things were different now. After gaining a general understanding of the Void and the Yuan realm, He finally understood what kind of thing the demonic shadow that the cloud continent faced back then was. If there was a word to describe his feelings, it would be great luck. It was truly great luck that allowed him to bring so many lives from the cloud continent down with him. Yun Nuoxing lowered her head to look at Yao Guang, who was rolling his eyes like a mosquito coil. She could not help but roll her eyes. This scene. Why did it feel a little familiar? It seemed like it was the same in the graveyard of gods and demons back then. Indeed, old friends needed a similar scene to reunite. From knowing each other in a deceitful scene, writing about the deceitful experience, and finally crossing hundreds of millions of years to meet again in a deceitful scene. She could already confirm that the culprit who led Jing Yuanji and Ji Hanshao in circles in the void was this girl, who theoretically came to the front line of the void in advance. However, what exactly happened for her to cause such a commotion? Could it be that it was really as he said, that this brain, the rules and order had improved so quickly that his thoughts and train of thought had not caught up, so he did not react when he used the void portal? Then, he would not have started to act strangely halfway through. After a while, Yao Guang finally recovered from the dizziness. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw the senior god whom she had been yearning for day and night. No, yearning for day and night. That's not it either. Anyway, that's what it meant, appeared in front of her. He was even staring at her with an extremely complicated gaze. Her pretty face immediately turned red. She quickly stood up and bowed to the latter in a panic. Ah, that? Long time no see. Yun Nuoxing's cheeks twitched. Dao Tian sighed and walked forward. He held Yao Guang's shoulders to make her face the big brother. Are you still dizzy? Yao Guang's face was so red that it could bleed. Yun Nuoxing let out a long sigh and asked curiously, So, can you tell me if you thought of something when you were teleporting just now, or if you forgot something and didn't grasp the coordinates properly, causing a teleportation error? See, you quickly covered his mouth. Little star, don't poke at other people's sore spots. Yao Guang shrunk her head until it was almost invisible. I saw the void running too fast and thought of the consequences of getting lost. Then, my mind went blank. Ji Hanshao was enlightened. In the end, I really got lost. Everyone. A beginner, heavenly god getting lost in the void, this. All right, after all, he had not been in contact with the void for long, so it was understandable. However, if they were to delve deeper into this matter, they felt that they might not be able to control their facial expressions, so it was better not to delve deeper. All in all, after hundreds of millions of years, in Void Node City 0, they welcomed two old friends who had not seen each other for a long time. Although the way they appeared was a little strange, although he was embarrassed to suspect what Yao Guang, that little girl, was here for, although, forget it, in this empty and lonely void, it was not bad to have one or two more acquaintances by their side. During the ceasefire period, they could also have one or two more people to chat with. Ji Hanshao's arrival made Yun Nuoxing and Hui realize another threshold related to time. After hundreds of millions of years, the group of beings in the cloud continent had already adapted to the order and rules of the Eight Elements realm. Ji Hanshao's current situation was like this, and he even brought a piece of news. Well, our space is attached to your world called God's Realm, so there are some pieces of information that we can come in contact with. Through those pieces of information, we found out that you're at this. Where is it again? The Void Frontline, Hui reminded. Oh, in short, it's about this place. Then, I came over to take a look and scout. If there are no accidents, there should be people coming over in a few days, Ji Hanshao said as he looked at Hui Xiao. Ji Hanshao said and looked at Hui inquisitively, I came out to ask for Hui Jun's opinion. If it's possible, then. Hui glanced at Yun Nuoxing and realized that he was yawning and did not intend to speak, so he said, Well, from a personal point of view, I still hope that you can settle your own matters first. After all, order, rules, and the void are things that need to be readapted and re-understood. Hundreds of millions of years might not be enough. However, from the Void Frontline's point of view, the world of order has already gained a foothold. Although there's still a big gap between our strength and the enemy's, at least it won't be as cramped as it was at the beginning. If you come, firstly, you can increase the strength of the world of order, and secondly, you can adapt to this macro war in advance. It's a good thing. TSK, what I said is equivalent to not saying anything. You can decide for yourselves. Hui threw the ball back to Ji Hanshao. Ji Hanshao smiled and nodded without hesitation. All right, I'll get them to prepare and come over here. While they were talking, Yun Nuoxing turned to Yao Guang and spoke in the little girl's soul. What about you? What are you doing here? Yao Guang looked at him carefully and replied, Originally, but after coming here, I realized that it's still too early to participate. Should I go back? Not necessarily. There's no such thing as early or late on the battlefield of order. There's only a difference in scale and degree. Now, everyone in the Void City is cleaning up the battlefield. There's not many people left. When everyone comes back later, you'll see that many of them are in the same situation as you. They're also beginner-level celestial gods. Everyone does their part. Different levels are responsible for different things. That's what I mean. Look at these two girls. Yun Nuoxing suddenly reached out and patted Feng Qinhuang and Si Yu's heads. Their level is just a little higher than yours, so they can also fight here. So, in your heart, you can do whatever you want. Yao Guang lowered her head and pondered. Her slender hand twirled a strand of light white hair. After a while, she raised her head and met Yun Nuoxing's colorful eyes. Then, I'll stay and take a look? Yun Nuoxing chuckled and reached out her hand. Welcome to the front line of the Void City. Seeing this, Yao Guang also reached out her hand and gently shook that white hand, saying softly, Then, I'll have to trouble you in the future. Dao Heaven saw this and could not help but click his tongue. Ah, there's one more. Another one settled. Big brother, you must take care of your body. Yun Nuoxing. Why did this girl and Hui like a certain girl from the 139th era like to talk about this? Chapter 1675. The Void Frontline gathered almost 70% of the Order warriors of the Order Void and above. It was formed by countless worlds to defend against the Underworld and the Abyssal Death Shroud. It had a history of 700 to 800 million years. The latter had been wreaking havoc in the Void Frontline for more than 10 eras. The difference in the time it took for the two to take shape was too obvious. The power they represented was also very different. One side was the representative of the order power of this era, the other side was the vestigial tribe who possessed the remnant power of the previous era and some out of the norm. The reason the Void Frontline could hold on was that the latter was still scheming in their nest and did not push forward with full force. That's more or less the case. Yun Nuoxing shrugged at Ji Hanshao and Yao Guang. She pointed at the huge barrier between the Abyssal Death Shroud and them. The Void Blockade Circle separates order and chaos. It's a fortress built with the blood and sweat of countless powerhouses in the Order world. It's strong but extremely fragile at the same time. Yun Nuoxing turned around and led the two of them to walk around the city wall of Zero City. Everyone followed behind her casually. There's no religion in the Void Frontline. There's no belief. What I mean here is the kind that we all support together. Other than fighting, everyone keeps the customs and habits from their own world, including the ones I mentioned earlier. Speaking of the only concept of coexistence, Yun Nuoxing paused and looked at the Abyssal Death Shroud from afar. It's probably the point of persevering until the end of the void. We don't know when the end will come, we don't know when the end will come. We've thought about it and calculated it. In the end, we don't care about everything here anymore. We don't pray or have extravagant thoughts. Standing on this kind of battlefield, even probability has been abandoned. All we can do is to hold the weapon in our hands tightly and hold on to the rope that connects life and death. We'll never let go. Ji Hanshao looked at Yun Nuoxing and suddenly said, Lord Feng, the power of the previous era that you mentioned, could it be the one you were looking for? Yun Nuoxing waved her hand and said casually, That's what I mentioned to you earlier. Our enemies have. I can't say for sure. They belong to the side of order. If I'm not mistaken, I have a considerable amount of the origin heavenly god's power with me. However, the underworld also has some. As for how much of it they have and how much they can use, we have never seen them use it. Most of it is just a guess. There should be at least 50% of the power left behind, and there should be power from the other side. There are still remnants in the void, but the salvaging is taking more and more time recently, and the results. Yun Nuoxing thought for a moment before turning to Jing Yuanji, who nodded in response. The last Temple of Origins was salvaged from the void 6 years ago, and the origin nodes we have now cover 70% of the frontline nodes in the void. Jing Yun and the others have replaced some of the remaining 30% with new nodes that can resonate with the Temples of Origins, but the effect is not as strong. These things can't be forced. Yun Nuoxing breathed a long sigh. He did not ask for more since there was no such thing as the Temples of Origins on the front line in the first place. It was only because Jing Yun and the others came that they found a way to salvage the power of the origin heavenly god and the others from the void, and the void front line was certainly much better off with the addition of those forces. Well, to be honest, Yun Nuoxing wanted Jing Yun to help him watch the battlefield so that he could fight to his heart's content. However, he held the greatest power in the world of order and could not be willful for once. Hui and Jing Yun had discussed this for a long time, and in the end, he was put in charge of the overall situation. No one else could do such a thing. After all, the overall situation was more important, and he did not insist. Instead, he simply stayed at the front line of the Void frontline as a mascot to stabilize the morale of the troops, even if the mascot's job was to clear the battlefield, and clear the battlefield. Oh, and the peerless charge. That's another matter. That's the general situation of the Void frontline. If you want to know more, there will be opportunities. You guys just came from the rear, so take a look around first. Yun Nuoxing looked at Jing Yuanji and waved his hand, asking her to bring them around Node 0. At the same time, he spoke to Jing Yuanji through her soul. Yuanji, I'll leave Yao Guang to you. Help me take care of her. Okay. Jing Yuanji nodded. Ji Hanshao and Yao Guang knew that they might still have things to do, so after bidding farewell, they left with Jing Yuanji. Jing Yun, if there's nothing urgent on the battlefield, come back first. Yun Nuoxing pressed his head and called out loudly. Coming. What's the matter, brother? Before the voice on the other end could finish, Jing Yun's voice was heard first. Then, the space beside her surged with light, and Jing Yun suddenly jumped out of the space, stunning Yun Nuoxing. Well, I was almost done and was about to come back. Just as you suddenly called for me, I quickly came back to the city. So, did you run into the origin mess again? Initially, she just casually mentioned the origin mess. After Jing Yun found out that a certain unlucky person kept on encountering things related to origin, she felt deeply sympathetic and unknowingly agreed with this statement. However, she was still a person of that era after all. Her respect for the origin heavenly god would not change. This is really hard to tell. Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. With a flip of his hand, he took out the sapphire-like world core and casually threw it to Jing Yun. In a world completely occupied by the abyssal death shroud, found on a planet in a star system. An independent world core of an unknown type. It was clearly completely occupied by the abyssal death shroud, but it was not contaminated or destroyed. I just brought it back. Jing Yun did not think much of it when she heard it. However, when she saw the sapphire in front of her, she was stunned for a moment. Then, she hurriedly caught it in her hand. After a moment, she suddenly said, Brother, why don't you come with us to the void to salvage the origin relic? I think with you around, the quality and quantity of the salvage process will be greatly improved. Are you treating me as some kind of lucky charm that affects probability? Yun Nuoshing's cheeks flushed as she listened to his words. Could this thing really be related to the origin relic? Jing Yun let out a long sigh and tossed the sapphire in her hand. After a moment of organizing her words, she did not know whether to laugh or cry. A world core of the Void's laws is a world core that can use the Void's laws, energy, and order with zero energy consumption. If you must categorize it, it is more powerful than 90% of the upper planes world cores. However, it is weaker than the realm of gods. Unlike the latter, the realm of gods world cores can strengthen and modify the laws and energy of the void it receives. This is just a complete utilization, and the concept is the same as creating a safe environment that is completely equal to the current void. A lost skill, huh? So, brother, when are you going to report to the salvage team? Yun Nuoshing felt goosebumps when she heard the word salvage team. She turned her head with a look of horror, and saw Yu's look of inspiration. She quickly reached out her hand. Yu tilted her head and said in a very normal voice, "Void salvage team?" Yun Nuoshing. Well, she was still one step too slow. Let's talk about this when we have the chance. I can't just leave the void front lines as I please. That's true. Jing Yun nodded and changed the topic to the world core. Let's not talk about salvaging it for now. This type of world core is, of course, man-made. It uses a bit of the energy usage method passed down by the origin heavenly god, or something else. Yes, it was passed down by an inheritor, and after many years of development, someone finally applied it to the world core. Then, this type of world core appeared. Ordinary world cores, whether natural or man-made, can't convert more than 70% of energy and laws. The best ones can only convert close to 90%. This is also the main reason why the different worlds in the void are different. Even if they're on the same plane, the strength of the world cores will vary from world to world. Yun Nuoshing nodded. This type of world core can achieve a 100% conversion rate, but there's no way to surpass it, right? That's right. In our era, this level of conversion rate would be enough, and no other world could do this except for the realm of God. By the way, the world cores of the Changyuan realm and the Saint Spirit realm are of this type as well. They were also left behind from our era, but they were not as famous as they are now. Back then, they were not particularly noteworthy worlds, and at that time, other than the realm of gods, the other worlds were only famous in their own void regions. It's hard to say if anyone knew about them in the entire void of order, but when it comes to the realm of gods, everyone would know about them. Hui scratched his head. It's just like the center of the void of order. That's probably the conceptual meaning. Jing Yun tossed the sapphire and pondered for a moment. But suddenly giving me a piece of world core, I really can't think of what to do with it. It might be a bit of a waste to just throw it to a world, and replacing a world core requires a blood exchange, which would take several years, and it won't take effect immediately. Is there any other way? I got it. After he finished muttering to himself, Yun Nuoshing and the others turned around and saw Jing Yun staring wide-eyed at a certain unlucky bastard in the void. She solemnly patted him on the shoulder and said, "Bro, I'll leave this to you. Use the origin energy to tear him apart, and then secretly learn how to create a new type of world core that uses origin energy as a carrier." Yun Nuoshing. Right now, the frontline worlds are all within the sphere of influence of the origin temple, and have more or less been baptized by the origin energy. The degree is very slight, and it's just an adaptation without any beneficial changes. But that adaptation is enough. If the new type of world core uses origin energy as a carrier, it wouldn't have to go through the blood exchange required to replace a world core, and it would take effect immediately. That's an exaggeration. The rule cleansing might take a day or two, which is much better than several years. By the way, there's a finished product, and I can take it to the Origin Temple to replicate it. That's convenient, isn't it? Yun Nuoshing's eyes widened. It sounded like years of planning, with rigorous thinking and contingency plans. You definitely didn't just think of it now, right? That's right, that's right. I already had this idea when I was still fighting against chaos back then. However, I was still in the stage of looking for a direction back then. Just as I thought of this idea, before I could even do it, it was all over with a boom. Jing Yun chuckled and nodded. Yun Nuoxing laughed bitterly. He felt a slight headache as he looked at the sapphire that had returned to his hand. He had fiddled with quite a few world cores before and had more or less experience with them. However, to suddenly make a new type of world core, this was a bit difficult to do. However, if it could strengthen the reserve power of the frontline world, it was not impossible to think about it. After thinking about it, Yun Nuoxing sighed. I'll try it in the observer dimension. You guys keep an eye on the aftermath of the battle, Call me if there's anything. As his voice trailed off, he disappeared with a whoosh. Only the little angel shuddered and retreated into the spiritual realm after hearing the first half of the sentence, and the others did not react in time. Ah, this swift and decisive look is also very familiar. Jing Yun scratched her head and laughed dryly. She then turned to Hui and said, If the matter over there is solved perfectly, many things that were only in the planning stage can be implemented, that. Hui frowned slightly. I'm not too sure about that, but will there really be no problem? Of course there will be problems, and there is no way to avoid it, but we have ways to minimize the problem. Jing Yun shrugged. We also faced these problems back then. The power needed to fight against chaos is far beyond anyone's imagination. Perhaps because the chaotic void is only controlled by a group of chaos conceptions, they can gather all the energy of the chaotic void and use it on the edge of a blade, and the power gathered is far beyond that of the order of the void. If we want to surpass this power, we have to take some extreme paths, even if we don't want to. Dao Heaven felt that something was not right. He went up and said, You are discussing ways to strengthen the power of order? Didn't you mention it to Big Brother? We did. Jing Yun put on a serious face and nodded. He is more decisive than us. Dao Heaven was stunned. Alright. Then what is it? Well, it's a way to pull out some seedlings and help others grow. Jing Yun coughed softly. With the current laws of the void, how long do you think it will take for a normal Empyrean god of origin to be born in the world of order? Just a normal model, not counting those like Big Brother. Using many methods that do not affect the Empyrean god's growth, and the methods must be replicable. So those extreme methods that can only create one Empyrean god of origin are not included. Well, Hui scratched his head, his eyes flashing with golden light as he calculated. Dao Heaven, Cu and the other girls looked at each other and spread their hands. This was a little beyond their scope, and they could not answer. Hui clapped his hands. It will take at least 1 trillion years, the extreme kind. Well, that's about it. Even if we use the methods of our era, we will only be able to reduce this number by 20 to 30%. 1 trillion years is not a short period of time. Cu muttered to herself, Does it take that long for a mid-level heavenly god to reach the origin realm? Most of them had spent 700 to 800 million years to reach the level of mid-level heavenly gods, but they had never thought that it would take them more than 1,000 times longer to reach the origin realm. However, that more than 1,000 times did not seem incomprehensible on the surface. Most of the time for Empyrean gods to reach origin is spent on the control of the void and the laws. Every step forward requires a very long time of accumulation. If this accumulation is not enough, even if you reach the peak of Empyrean God, it will still take a lot of effort to reach origin. Jing Yun began to explain in a serious manner. Just like those other worldlings from the Cloud Continent that you've seen before, didn't they also spend hundreds of millions of years to readjust after returning to the normal void? You should know better than that after your conversation. Also, Jing Yun looked at Cu and Feng Qinghuang and coughed softly. The two of you carry the laws of the God realm, so theoretically speaking, you don't need 1,000,000,000 years. Also, because you are always by my little brother's side, you will be infected by his aura of order and origin, which will shorten the time you need. At most, you will be able to reach origin in 100 billion years, so, why are you leaving? I haven't finished speaking yet. Why are you two following me? Where are you going? Hey. I am teaching very seriously. Hui did not know whether to laugh or cry when he saw Siyu, Feng Qinghuang, and Dao Heaven turn around and leave. He patted Jing Yun's shoulder and sighed. After hearing what you just said, they are probably going to find Feng. They are probably planning to stick to him and not leave. Jing Yun also exclaimed when she heard that. She exchanged a glance with Hui and could not help but sigh. So, that guy really is a mascot, although he does not feel lucky at all when he looks in the mirror. After half a minute, Siyu's voice rang out through their soul transmission. We are going to find Little Star. You two continue, we are listening. Jing Yun. Where were we again? Feng Qinghuang. Reaching origin in 1,000,000,000 years. Oh, it's that. Cough cough, but that is only for a newborn life form. Although most of the 1,000,000,000 years will be spent between Heavenly God and origin, those who have yet to reach Heavenly God can only be counted in trillions. Jing Yun coughed dryly. Well, the way to go about it is as I said just now. Pulling up seedlings to help them grow. Split it into 2 parts, and each part is a part and a part. Forcefully increasing one's strength will not be too much, and the time backlash will not be too severe. There is also room for growth. In the current world of order, especially in the front lines, there are many rebirth realm life forms. They are the best candidate. Forcefully increasing one's strength to origin. Dao Heaven frowned. Can that really be done? The condition that little brother wants to create is of utmost importance. If he can succeed, we will not have any problems on our side. Of course, if we want to push all rebirth realm life forms to origin unconditionally, this method will really cut off any room for growth. Just from the perspective of the long war on the battlefield of order, it is completely undesirable. Furthermore, this varies from person to person. The cultivation method between people is different, and the laws of each world are different as well. In our time, there was once a person who was extremely furious and forcefully, Dao Heaven hurriedly said, directly rose to origin realm. He plucked himself to death. Everyone. After that, we added a safety lock to the laws to prevent this from happening again. Jing Yun smiled awkwardly for a while before coughing dryly and returning to her normal tone. After many adjustments, we came up with a safer method. It can alleviate the urgent situation, and it can also allow this long war to continue. We replaced the one-time overdraft in exchange for safety and a future with room for growth. Hui said, is that the method you mentioned last time that can forcefully push a group of gods to origin realm, with the highest being close to mid-origin realm? Jing Yun nodded. As for the other rebirth realm cultivators, they should all be able to reach origin realm, or even close to it. However, it still depends on the individual, and I think the fledglings in the underworld might have used a similar method, except they clearly used an even more extreme method. They have the power of that component, so they can use the abyssal death mist to forcefully raise a group of rebirth realm cultivators to origin realm. It doesn't matter if they can control the power of origin realm, which is why they are called fledglings. We don't have enough conditions on our side, or else we can also bring out a group of origin realm cultivators. Let's see who's more powerful. Jing Yun grinned. But if we have the conditions, it's enough for us to return to origin realm, and then pull little brother up. That way we don't have to pull out a group of origin realm cultivators, and we don't have to worry about someone exploding to death. The extreme methods produced by the extreme environment of extreme war were all unconventional methods to deal with the situation of war that was once so unbalanced that it made people's hair stand on end. The current situation was more or less the same. This part of the memories that should have been covered in dust had been opened again. This was something that could not be helped. The war of order. Hui put his hands in his pockets and let out a long sigh. It really made people feel helpless. I think you can go and prepare for those things now. Jing Yun was stunned. There's still no news from little brother. The world core is a lost skill after all. I'm worried that little brother can't do it well. Even if I'm ready, I can't use it without the world core. Don't worry. Hui grinned, revealing a row of shining teeth. He gave a thumbs up and said, if it's phone, there's definitely no problem. With the 147 types of origin energy in his body, there's definitely no problem. As soon as he finished speaking, Cuy's voice immediately sounded. Lord Hui, Little Star said that if you increase the pressure on him, he'll definitely push you into the void and beat you up when he's free. Jing Yun and Hui. So that guy was listening at the side. Chapter 1676. The state of the void frontline, other than in battle, was only before and after the battle. That seemed to be nonsense, so let's change it to, other than in battle, there was only a state of readiness. It felt no different. What he meant was that he was either smashing a brick into the opponent's face, or weighing the brick in his hand. If he felt that it was not heavy enough, then he would change it to a bigger one. Anyway, it was the same meaning. They, the abyssal death shroud, and the underworld were constantly thinking about how to gracefully or brutally kill the opponent, changing their methods slowly, and thinking about it one by one. At any rate, that was what it meant. Right now, they were in the process of adding a sharp edge to a brick. There was no limit to how shameless they could be. However, the power of order would always be the same. The higher-level gods would always make changes or interfere with lower-level gods based on order and the natural laws. If they wanted to make changes without using these two laws, that would be nothing more than nonsense. However, using these two laws to make changes would be the same as using a large-scale construction project. That was what it meant anyway. Hui had been watching Jing Yun deal with the emergency plan to deal with the forces of chaos in the mythological era. He had been watching Jing Yun change, adjust, and forcibly compress the concentrated power of rules the size of a giant star into a chaotic energy bead the size of a pill, and when she said to him, "This is a catalyst," Hui felt that the void was quite cool, and he no longer felt strange that a heavenly god would play with him to death. No wonder there was a heavenly god in the past who would encourage him to the point of self-destruction. With such a forceful intervention based on one's own situation, without a safety lock, it was easy to get yourself killed. The important thing is still the world core that you're dealing with. Before that, I can only prepare things that have nothing to do with the core. Before the actual thing is out, some things are not easy to adjust. Jing Yun tossed a pile of white, gray, and black supercompressed orbs of law's energy up and down, saying, only with that portion of origin energy would it be easier to transform. In fact, I don't think you could really create a mass-produced, zero-energy consumption a world core with just a few fiddles. It would be great if you could get 95% conversion rate. Others have been experimenting with genuine world cores for dozens of eras, and not many have been able to create a perfect one. The one we just saw is the real deal. The high-level world cores we see in our time all have conversion rates of void laws that exceed 95%. It's very close, but it's hard to reach 100% conversion rate. It's different if the heavenly god of origins and the others personally created it. Wouldn't it exceed 100% conversion rate? Hui smiled bitterly. That was not even a restoration, but a direct enhancement. Originally, things like the world core basically did not have an obvious effect on the higher gods. Their own rules and order were already equal to or even beyond the void, and at most one or two of them were still connected to the rules of the void. No one could completely avoid that. Most of the higher gods who were messing around with the world core were thinking about the future development of their own world. When they started messing around with the world core, they were basically thinking of ways to promote the growth of their own world. There was a sudden movement in the void. Huey's attention shifted away from the mud ball of rules that Jing Yun was rubbing. Just as he paused, he saw a flash of light in the void, and the figure of a girl in a bright yellow dress and a woman in a white dress appeared in the void. Whoa, we're back. Whoa, where's my stupid brother-in-law and sister? The girl in the yellow dress, who appeared to be 17 or 18 years old, waved at Hui and the others before pausing. I just sensed a presence. What are you guys doing? Hui waved his hand to the side and pointed at Jing Yun. Rubbing mud for the void. Ah, that's not nonsense. She's pulling wool from the void as if her life depended on it. From a different angle and a different hand gesture, isn't that just rubbing mud balls? Although it's the power of rules, Yuan Kong wrinkled her little nose and stared at the mud ball in Huey's hand. She suddenly asked, Do you have any use for this? There's a lot of them. What do you want to do with them? Lend me one. Thanks, I'll go find my sister and the others. A bright yellow figure swept past his eyes like a gust of wind. Before we could react, Yuan Kong was already gone. Qin Yu shrugged and said calmly, It shouldn't be a big problem. Huey's cheeks twitched. The last time she said this, she sank the entire abyss death fog world into nothingness. Cough, forget it. Maple and Ming might be busy at the moment. Keep an eye on that girl and don't let her act too recklessly. Don't let her really cause any earth-shattering explosions in City Zero. Although the people living in the Void frontline are all thick-headed, they're basically all in the late stages of mental illness. If there's a little big movement, the place where the movement came from will be struck by lightning in minutes. Qin Yu nodded with a smile and turned to follow them. Troublesome. So troublesome. Why is the rules of this thing shaped like this? The structure of the rules. The structure is completely unaffected even though it's twisted into a fried dough twist. What is this thing? It shouldn't be a problem if I dismantle it. Anyway, I'll dismantle it first and then. Hiss, it's going to explode, it's going to explode. Hurry up and put it back. Whoa. What is this thing? Can I dismantle it or not? In the end, why am I doing this kind of thing here? I'm definitely crazy to accept this mission. I'm spending a lot of money to buy a sub-soul with no memory of this place. In short, the entire observer space was filled with such gloomy mutterings. When Yuan Kong and Qin Yu ran into this space and were about to greet them, they were met with a low pressure that contained endless resentment, causing them to shiver. They looked into the depths of the space and saw a colorful figure who could not stop muttering. His hands were holding a sapphire surrounded by hundreds of magic circles as if he was doing something. Looking at his constipated green face, it was probably some kind of torturous work. You're back. Sitting not far away, the little angel saw Yuan Kong and the others and unhurriedly got up and said to Yuan Kong with a serious look. You didn't dismantle anything, did you? Not really. What are you doing, idiot? The resentment has broken through the limits of the void. Yuan Kong shook her head vigorously and was quite obedient in front of the little angel. Dealing with something that could change the situation of order. The pressure is too much and it's a sign that he's going crazy. At the mention of this, the little angel helplessly shook her head and rubbed her forehead. At least I tried to persuade him. Yuan Kong spat out a small mouthful of saliva. This was related to the world of order and the big picture. When such a thing happened to the big idiot, it was impossible to persuade him away from such an important place. It was the kind of thing that could not be done even if she did not say it. So what could she do? She could only continue to observe. What about you? You're fine this time. You and I are not the type who is good at fighting. I don't know what method you use to specialize in fighting. You're quite obedient and honest. The one who answered on behalf of Yuan Kong was Qin Yu, who was standing at the side with a faint smile. We didn't cause any trouble. It's just that we always want to do things that are inappropriate and give the Jing revered god a headache. As for what it was, Qin Yu shrugged. There was no need to say it. Ever since Yuan Kong went to the front line, the defense line of Node Zero knew about her. She was the kind of person who would not rest until she caused some big news. Fortunately, she did not cause any big trouble, so no one cared about her. Yuan Kong pouted at Qin Yu and protested a little. She then looked around and glanced at the big idiot for a while. After making sure that the big idiot did not have the time to care about her, she pulled her sister aside and whispered in her soul. The abyssal death mist is changing. Changing. The little angel looked a little serious. She looked at Yuan Kong, who did not look like she was joking. She could not help but frown. You should tell Little Star and the others. Yuan Kong shook her head. It's a change that comes from very, very deep. Even the big idiot might not be able to sense it. So far, I've only felt it twice. The first time was during the battle 7 years ago. The second time was at the last moment when I just came back. Every time I tried to sense it, I couldn't feel it clearly. I want to feel it clearly first, so that I don't distract the idiot and the others. The little angel lowered her head. Is it the influence of that will again? On the contrary, I think it's either the abyssal death mist's own change, or the underworld and the others have induced or facilitated something. The little angel sighed in distress. There were too many things that they could not know. There were too many places that they could not monitor. The chaos void, the middle and lower planes, the underworld's original world, and even the lower elemental realm. These places included their nest, their possible targets, and the places where they did things. There was no way to know what kind of change would happen to the abyssal death mist. Maybe the time is coming to an end. Her golden eyes suddenly flashed. She thought of the information about the last change that existed in her memory. The moment when the abyssal death mist changed for the last time. The future of that established fact might not be far away. Time. Yuan Kong tilted her head with a cute face. The little angel subconsciously turned around to look for Yun Nuashing. But as soon as she turned around, she saw him frowning and gritting his teeth as he racked his brains to torture himself. She closed her mouth tightly. There was no suitable opportunity to talk about this at this time. Pulling her sister's arm, Yuan Kong continued to whisper, "Leave this to me first. I'll tell him when I see some clues. Otherwise, that idiot will pull his hair hard again." Time was running out. No matter where it was, everyone was running out of time. The people at the front line of the void and the people at the back were all using energy that they could never replicate in their lives to rush themselves to a dance party that was dancing on the tip of a knife. Every step had to be taken accurately, and at the same time, they had to make sure that they did not fall off the tip of the knife. How could there be such a good thing in this world? They were just playing with their own lives. A few days passed in a blink of an eye. For the void that spanned tens of thousands of years or hundreds of thousands of years, a few days was equivalent to taking a breather. After the front line of the void cleaned up the battlefield and retreated back to the void seal, the abyssal death mist did not reoccupy the territory that was just destroyed. The two sides faced each other across the void and returned to peace. It was indeed quiet when there was no wind and no wave. Looking at it from afar and ignoring the resistance that came from the depths of the soul, it was a unique scenery. Who knew what would happen the next time there was a sudden wind, and what kind of scene would it be? It's a beautiful day. We leaned on the wall and looked at the abyssal death mist. He sighed and turned his head from time to look at Maple, who was a little dazed. "Maple, do something fun. It's so boring." Yun Nuashing subconsciously looked at him as a response, and then turned his head away a moment later. He was just a reflection here. Most of his soul and spirit were left in the observer space to dismantle and modify the sapphire. It was in the process of deduction. Things were going well, and after losing a bunch of hair, he finally got some result. He was still in the process of deduction, and did not have time to deal with a certain crazy guardian. The void has always been like this. What's the matter? It's been quiet for 2 days and you can't wait to fight? Jing Yun grinned at the two. Why don't we go to the abyssal death mist? Just treat it as a daily harassment mission. Forget about it. Hui smiled bitterly. I don't have many peerless skills. I can't win. This is Maple's specialty. Yun Nuoxing was speechless. She took out the Netherworld Ruins sword and handed it to Hui. No, no, no. That's why you can't win even with your special weapon. The dazed observer let the Netherworld Ruins sword quietly dissipate. This reflection, which was related to the real body, suddenly raised his head after a moment. The movement was the loudest in the past 2 hours. Hui and Jing Yun were stunned. Hui asked subconsciously, "What's wrong? You finally blew up the observer space?" A creepy prying energy shrouded Hui after he finished speaking. Jing Yun shivered and shook her head with a bitter smile. Hui Jun would be thrown into the void by this little brother sooner or later. What happened? Or is there a result? Yun Nuoxing's reflection flickered and shook her head. Frost has woken up. I'll go and have a look. After leaving a sentence, the images left here disappeared. Jing Yun and Hui looked at each other and scratched their heads. The unfinished life source that little brother is carrying with him? Hui nodded. She was taken out from the space where you were. Her family came to ask about it some time ago. However, the origin life form was in a state of evolution and could not just come out of the fake cradle, so she refused. After hundreds of millions of years, she has finally woken up. What's with that expression? Jing Yun rubbed her chin as she pondered. The way the light in her eyes flickered made Hui stunned. He always felt that there seemed to be some kind of inappropriate idea flashing through his mind. After being stared at by Hui for a while, he finally regained his senses and laughed dryly. I'm used to it. The origin life is also a rare material, so I was just wondering if there was anything special that I could ask her for help with. Hui could not help but widen his eyes. That little girl has been in a coma for hundreds of millions of years. I heard from Maple that she was locked up in the tower for who knows how many years. Now that she's finally awake, can you be a human? Jing Yun smiled and waved her hand. It's just a thought. It's really just a habit. I always feel that our thoughts have not separated from that great battle. After all, we just separated from it and encountered the battle in the world of order. It's hard to forget even if we wanted to. Hui was speechless, habitually calculating everything around her to the point that it could become power or material for power. Is this the habit of war? Hui lay on the ground and looked at the abyssal death shroud for a while. Suddenly, he felt bored and had nothing to do. So, he turned and flew towards the observer space that Maple had left in City Zero. It seemed interesting to see an unusual origin life form. These special life forms were a wonder in the void. Hey, wait for me. I'm going to have a look too. In the courtyard of the mansion in the spiritual realm, the flower bed that had turned into ice had slowly thawed over the past few days. It was now restored to its original state without any trace of being frozen. On the flower bed, a girl with long blue-white hair that looked like waves and glaciers was sitting on the bed. She stared blankly at the direction in front of her, shaking her head from time to time as if she was still a little dazed. Suddenly, she lowered her head and tugged at her translucent blue-white gauze dress, as if trying to remember something. The only difference between this scene and the first time they met was that the surroundings were not frozen, and there were no scattered snowflakes, dandruff, he wanted to say, on her body. It was as if he had returned to that day. The scene was still the same, but hundreds of millions of years had passed. You're awake. Do you still remember what happened before you fainted? The unfamiliar but very familiar voice rang beside her. Frost turned her head blankly and looked at the figure who was leaning on the air with his arms crossed. You are. She opened her mouth subconsciously. You can talk now. It seems that the rules of structure have been completely perfected. Yun Nuoxing raised her brow. At this moment, Frost was also surprised that she could suddenly speak. You have been asleep for hundreds of millions of years. He had just woken up from a deep sleep that had lasted for hundreds of millions of years, but his mind was still a little groggy. When he heard this, he could not help but be startled. He turned his head and looked at Yun Nua planet in a daze. Very long? A very long time. A long time is enough for the mortal world to go back and forth a few times. Yun Nuashing breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. After thinking for a while, she briefly told Frost about the things that happened over this period of time. She mainly talked about the passage of time and the things that happened here that were related to her. Other than that, there was nothing much to say. She could not talk about the void frontline with a person who did not even know about herself, could she? She talked about a lot of things casually. Even so, it took a little while. After listening to everything, Frost was almost completely awake. Her body began to emit tiny energy ice shards into the surrounding space. Was it because she was not fully awake just now? After a moment, she bowed to Yun Nuashing and said with an awkward but sweet and gentle voice, "Thank you for these years of help, well." Yun Nuashing waved her hand casually, not knowing how to respond. "My name is Feng Ling. I don't know if I have introduced myself to you back then, but now I have. Well, that's it. You are now in my spiritual world. If you can move, do you want to go outside?" "Outside? Where is outside?" Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. She suddenly slapped her forehead as if she had a headache. Outside was the void frontline. Looking at the void hundreds of thousands of miles away, there was a large group of people with bad intentions hiding and staring at them. This was definitely not a place for people to rest and enjoy the scenery. Just as how Ren was thinking about whether to find a frontline world to take the girl for a ride, he caught a glimpse of the girl tilting her head and staring at him with soft eyes. He could not help but roll his eyes and reached out to her. "Outside is outside. If you want to take a look, let's go out together." "Go out?" Frost stared blankly at Yun Nuashing and his outstretched hand. She did not know if she was hesitating or not moving fast enough. After a moment, she reached out her crystal-clear hands and held Yun Nuashing's hand. "Go out and see the outside." Then, the two of them held hands and emerged from the spiritual world. As soon as they stood still in the observer space, they saw a group of people standing in front of them, staring at them in surprise. Their hands were held together, and Yun Nuashing felt goosebumps all over. He subconsciously waved his hand to shake off Frost's hand. Frost was probably still in a daze. She did not think much when she felt that her hands were empty. She carefully held Hao Ren's hand with both hands again, and this time she held it very tightly. So the atmosphere at the moment seemed to be a little strange. Hui and Dao Heaven looked at a shuddering observer at the same time and said in unison. Dao Heaven sensed that his life was in danger and did not say anything. Only the Lord Guardian said firmly, "Feng, that's why you have to pay attention to your body. The speed of your attack. I'll dodge. Mwahahaha. I'll dodge. Stop right there. I'll beat you to death. I'll take out your vital parts in 2 minutes." Little Angel and the others looked at the noisy space. They looked at each other and spread their hands helplessly. These two guys were really, one was fanning the flames and the other was fanning the flames. Frost was stunned at this moment and didn't know what to do. Origin life acquired. It said that it was an accident, but it doesn't look any different from an innate one. Jing Yun completely ignored the two people who were fooling around. She stared straight at the little brother who was taking small steps as if he was going to chase Hui and beat him up. After a moment of observation, she suddenly clapped her hands. "Little brother! I got it!" Yun Nuashing was stunned and stood still. Frost saw the opportunity and quickly came to his side. She held his right hand with both hands and shrank half of her body behind him. She carefully peeked out from behind and looked at the others. "This is weird. Forget it. What did you think of?" Jing Yun smiled brightly. "The last fragment of the world core. The problem that has troubled you for many days. This little girl from the origin can help. Chapter 1677. Living in the void, everything he did was like playing with a jigsaw puzzle. His life was like a jigsaw puzzle, and no matter how he put it together, he could not complete it. Looking for things in the void, doing other things was also like putting together a jigsaw puzzle. But unlike the former, the pieces were produced by himself bit by bit, the latter had to be searched all over the void. Throughout his life, a divine life, he seemed to be constantly searching for something or being searched for by something. His mind was in a mess of emotions, sighs, and a little resentment. What was driving these faintly dissipating was the thing that was shining brightly in front of them. The sudden radiance seemed to be telling them that this thing had been perfected. Yun Nuoshing looked up. This was the observer space. In the distance, there were many transparent and untouchable cubes floating around in the empty space, decorating this white and empty space. But that was just the background. The important thing was the thing in front of them, a huge blue sphere encircled by 6 thin energy rings. The outermost ring was also an energy chain woven with colorful energy. The entire object was about 1,000 feet in size, and the diameter of the sphere at the core was only half that. This behemoth of 2 structures was suspended in the observer space. The group looked up at it as it circled in the observer space. The 6 independent and overlapping energy rings and energy chains were rotating at a slow speed, silent and full of visual effect. In addition, the space clearly marked the traces of the rules, order, and energy produced when it moved, making it even more dazzling. Well, this is definitely the most perfect recirculating world core I have ever seen in my life. Jing Yun looked up and could not help but laugh a few times. She reached out and patted Yun Nuoshing on the shoulder. As expected of you, little bro, I thought I could make a breakthrough. After all, I have gathered so many materials. Yun Nuoshing sighed when he heard this. Just as he had said earlier, he had gathered a large number of fragments to perfect this item, but in the end, he had only obtained an expected result. Actually, this result was already very good. Greed was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. He had only hoped that the effects would be slightly better. For example, he would be able to make this world core have a breakthrough and increase its conversion rate from 100% to 100%. Even if it was only 1%, it would be good enough. Jing Yun could not help but smile bitterly as she watched him sigh. The structure of this type of world core limits itself, and there is no way to break through it. As for world cores like the realm of the gods, to be honest, in the entire void, aside from the origin heavenly god and the others, no one knows how to make it. There were people who tried to figure it out, but it was said that after 5 whole eras, they could not even figure out the basic idea. That person was very persistent. From guessing, implementing, verifying, and finally the finished product, he did it all by himself. After 4 whole eras, he was still very confident, very motivated, and said that he intended to spend his life working on world cores. When Hui heard this, he felt that it should be an inspirational story. He immediately listened attentively. And then? Jing Yun paused for a moment, and her cheeks twitched slightly. Yun Nuoshing saw this small detail and suddenly felt that this matter might be. Then, in the 5th era, a drunk origin heavenly god told a certain inheritor, "That child's idea is not bad, but his train of thought was wrong from the beginning." Unfortunately, he did not realize it even after 4 eras. Then, this news spread out and reached that person's ears. At that time, it was already the 5th era for him, and I heard that he immediately broke down. Jing Yun sighed and could not help but look into the distance. This void, this life. Yun Nuoshing and the others could not help but sigh. They more or less expected this outcome. Only Hui could not help but smile bitterly. He really thought that this was an inspirational story, but he did not expect that that person was also unlucky. Sometimes, if he did not work hard, he really did not know what despair was. Jing Yun looked at everyone's emotional faces and suddenly grinned. Then, that person created the unprecedented recursive world core of the void. That's right, that person was originally aiming for a unique world core like the realm of the gods, but in the end, he did not manage to create one. Instead, he created a recursive world core that could be used by the entire void without any restrictions. Yun Nuoshing, you're such a big turnaround. So, after working hard, one could still see light in the end. Although that light had changed from the light of a nebula to the light of a galaxy, it was still light anyway. That was something that happened more than 10 epochs ago in the Great Yuan realm. I don't know much about the details either. Anyway, it was something that was left behind. That senior also felt very regretful in the end. Although his name shook the void, he was ultimately unable to reach the goal that he had in mind. Although in terms of results, the entire journey didn't end badly, Yi Zichen said. Jing Yun spread out his hands and said, well, let's not talk about the chicken soup stories of the predecessors. Look at this thing in front of us. Yun Nuoshing raised his head and recovered from his far-sighted state. You're familiar with this. I'm only responsible for creating it. I don't know the situation. You can just tell me. Well, don't worry. With the origin energy as the carrier, and the unique self-perfection structure of the origin life that even the origin heavenly God could not help but praise, even if there's a problem with this thing, it will be able to push the problem back on its own. Jing Yun gave him a thumbs up and grinned. Yun Nuoshing shrugged and glanced at Mei Mao, who was curled up beside him and carefully staring at the sky. That girl was full of curiosity. There was a silk scarf condensed from energy tied with a bow on her white wrist. Well, he tied it. Although it was probably not necessary, to be honest, the wound would have healed before he tied it. He just let out a little blood condensed from the origin of laws. That wound was not even a wound. He did not know why the girl insisted on it. Also, his clothes were twisted. It's almost complete. Little brother, take it down. Yun Nuoshing recovered and waved his hand to take down the world core. The entire colossal body shrunk from 1,000 feet to the size of a human head in just 3 seconds and hovered over his hand. And then it's done? The main body is complete. Next, we just need to take it to the origin sanctum and make a few hundred similar ones. Then, the sanctum will transmit the rules of this new world core to the frontline worlds through the node so that they can adapt first. Once mass production is complete, we can replace it immediately. Jing Yun nodded. A large-scale replacement of the world core. Do we really not need to find an unlucky world to test it out? Hui touched his cheek. What if? I'm just saying what if. Look, there are tens of thousands of frontline worlds in the void frontline. Don't worry. Jing Yun seemed to have expected him to say that. She smiled and explained. The origin energy and the origin precept. With these two as the carrier, they will not have a destructive effect on the order creations if they are not actively used. Moreover, the amount is just right at the upper limit of what the order worlds can use. In summary, little brother, tell us. Yun Nuoshing, who was yawning, was startled. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he could not help but roll his eyes at Jing Yun. Look at me. Ahem. In summary, the reason why the origin energy and the origin precepts are not opportunities for the beings of the order worlds and could even be a disaster is that they are too powerful. The second reason is that the quantity is too great. That's right, the origin energy left behind by each origin relic is abnormally huge. It's so huge that I can't completely organize it after hundreds of millions of years. Because of this, most of the beings of order could not withstand the impact of the origin relic. However, the origin energy itself is equivalent to order, and the beings of order have an affinity with it. Hui was enlightened. So that's how it is. The dissipation rate of the origin energy and the origin precepts in the origin relic is infinitely close to 0 in the void. Unless it is destroyed, there will not be any abnormal changes. However, the pure origin energy and the precepts will also dissipate when exposed to the void and the void. This should not be difficult to understand. The influence of the carrier and the will of the energy? We asked. That's right. That's why the world core of the origin continent that you are carrying now will be the most normal form of the world core of the heavenly God of Origin's world when it is completely activated. It will not be any different from before. Right now, it is still slowly awakening. You probably can't make it recover faster, can you? Jing Yun continued to explain, the last sentence directed at Yun Nuoxing. Yun Nuoxing shook his head. Although it is basically under my control, this is the only thing I can't do. You will never be able to wake a world core that is in a deep slumber. When it wakes up depends entirely on its mood. Ahem, it is now resonating with the origin energy in my body, the mark of origin, and my 36 backup world. It is absorbing them bit by bit. The speed is so slow that it makes my hair stand on end. I estimate that it would take it to fully recover. He counted with his fingers for a moment, and then snapped his fingers. 7 eras. Everyone was speechless. Sleeping, dozing, and waking up really took a long time. After stealing some leisure time to chat for a while, Jing Yun hugged the New World core and ran out in a puff of smoke. She was probably going to the Shrine of Origins. Yun Nuoxing and the others had just stepped out of the observer space when they sensed the movement from the Shrine of Origins. There was a trace of energy with the presence of origins emanating from the node, flowing towards the frontline world in a very directional manner, before spreading through the network of nodes set up in the void of order. We looked at the distant Shrine of Origins and suddenly clapped his hands. By the way, does the Shrine of Origins have the ability to mass replicate world cores? It is said that it has the ability to replicate rule creations. It only needs energy to do it, but the creations must carry origin energy or the mark of origin. I heard him mention it. Yun Nuoxing said. It is probably used to mass-produce some of the weapons used to fight against the forces of chaos during the mythological era, such as our energy towers. We listened to the first half of the speech and was only at the level of N and O. The last sentence suddenly woke Hui up. His train of thought instantly cleared up as if he had eaten croton. He slapped Feng on the shoulder and stunned him. Feng, hurry up and upgrade the energy towers. If we replace them with origin energy, we'll be able to upgrade the defensive line. Yun Nuoxing was shocked, his face full of shock. Holy shit! Right? You also think that this idea is very... what is this? While Hui was feeling proud, Maple suddenly placed a foot-long object in his hand. It looked like a fire stick and had a circular base. The entire body was engraved with gorgeous energy runes. If this thing was enlarged to 100 feet or 100 feet, it would be very shocking. You're the one who said it. The upgraded version of the energy tower was completed while we were dealing with the world core. We also borrowed Frost's power, and with her origin of laws, many problems were solved in an instant, Yun Nuoxing calmly said. I'm just surprised that you were able to think of this. Hui was speechless. Jing Yun also has the new type of energy tower. In less than 2 days, there will be a considerable number of energy towers emerging from the various origin node. I will have to trouble you to prepare the replacement equipment, Guardian. Yun Nuoxing smiled and waved her hand, walking to the side with a smug look. Hui was speechless. So you are playing me like a monkey. That's not it. I was just about to tell you, but you realized it yourself. Hui looked at the energy tower in his hand and did not know whether to laugh or cry. Their equipment had not been updated for many years, mainly because they could not find a place to update it. Energy towers were mass-produced consumables, and the consumption in ordinary battles would not be too serious. Just like when they dealt with the Void of Order, except for the battle with the distorted races, they would only need to replace a part of the crystals. When they dealt with the distorted races, they would at most use up a batch of energy towers. But when the target was the abyssal death mist, The frequency of replacement was very fast. In a battle, the average number of energy towers used up by the Celestial Realm's warriors was about 7 or 8, and that was only for ordinary battles. If it was the last time they fought the Abyssal Death Mist, the data would not be clear. Anyway, they had arranged for a group of people to specially make energy towers, but there would still be shortages from time to time. From this, it could be seen how much resources were needed to break through the Abyssal Death Mist. Although the energy towers were energy and nomological creations that were directly projected into the real world through the distorted laws, and did not need resources from ordinary worlds. I digress. In short, what he wanted to say was that since it was a basic consumable item, those specially strengthened models could not be mass-produced. He, Maple, Jing Yuanji, Monarch Green, and the others all had specially strengthened energy towers that had been manually adjusted. Although they were more powerful, there was no way to mass-produce them, and there was no way to upgrade the energy towers in the entire front line. Therefore, this time, they had to replace them with a new energy tower. I suddenly want to fight the Abyssal Death Mist. We couldn't help but sigh. He looked at the little girl who was still holding Feng's hand and following him wherever he went. He couldn't help but laugh. This girl is really a lucky star. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes. Although this girl is a lucky star, your crow's beak can't. Lord Maple. Lord Hui. Abyssal Death Mist Energy Surge. This is high alert. High alert. A large number of giant spawns are approaching, and high-tier origin spawns have appeared. No presence of Yuanshi tier enemy detected. Everyone on alert. Gather at Node 0. All energy towers are in a charging state. The sudden burst of ear-piercing energy made everyone stunned, and a moment later, they all turned to look at a certain guardian. Are you poisonous? Yun Nuoxing stared at Hui. What? I'm the #1 troublemaker in the void, and you're the #1 prophet. Has your mouth been blessed? How can it be true just because you say it? Our new energy towers have not been installed. No, they haven't even been mass-produced. Why are you so excited? Huey's face was full of sweat, and he forced a smile. This is just a coincidence. I don't believe they can. Shut up. Yun Nuoxing slapped his face and anxiously glared at him. Shut up, you're causing trouble for me, you idiot. If you talk nonsense again, I'll use the void to bind your mouth next time. The guardian laughed until his face was full of sweat, and he shrunk his neck and shivered. Yun Nuoxing looked at him in annoyance, and then turned to look at the group of girls who were already prepared when they heard the energy alarm. She turned around abruptly, and her robe and windbreaker made a flapping sound. Let's go, it's time to fight. The enemy would not wait for them, and would not wait for them to be fully prepared before appearing. They always liked to act recklessly, and would appear any time and anywhere to make their presence known. In any case, they were already used to it, and they had already survived for hundreds of millions of years, so it was not a big deal to hold on for a while longer. In the God Realm, in the East Sea, which had an entire ocean as its territory, countless white bubbles suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea. Accompanying the bubbles was an abnormal scorching aura, as if the seawater was boiling. As the bubbles grew denser and denser, the area they appeared in grew larger and larger. The calm sea suddenly began to churn violently, rolling up stormy waves that blotted out the sun. Under the water, something with an extremely exaggerated brightness was rapidly approaching with a tremendous amount of energy. Boom! A water wall tens of thousands of miles tall rose from the ground, and the violent vibrations of the energy lifted trillions of tons of seawater into the sky. Not long after, the seawater turned into a blazing rainstorm and fell from the sky. The scene was really as if the sky and sea were reversed, and the entire space was filled with boiling hot air. The violent scene on the sea was not noticed by anyone. Firstly, this place was right in the center of the East Sea, and the onlookers would not see anything other than the life forms in the sea. Furthermore, considering that the mighty explosion of energy just now was still rolling in the sea, there was probably no life form that would dare to join in the fun. Secondly, there was a layer of energy barrier in this place. Splash! The surging sea quickly calmed down under the interference of some kind of energy, and the entire surface of the sea quickly returned to its original state. Then, a wretched figure suddenly jumped out of the sea and created a piece of ice on the surface of the sea. Then, he lay down on the ice, and from the way he was breathing, it looked like he was about to die. The body wrapped in the brown cloak was emitting an extremely high temperature, and even though he had already left the water surface, he still caused the seawater not far away to surge, but it did not cause too much of a disturbance. Suddenly, a black energy appeared on the brown cloak, condensing into a cloud, and a voice suddenly sounded from it. "You want to fight with the fifth-ranked creation? What are you thinking in your head? Do you really think you're arrogant just because you're at the peak of origin? I thought there would be no problem." Xing Lu laughed dryly and raised his head, sitting on the ice and scratching his head. "It's just that I didn't think it would cause so much of a disturbance. You're in the cradle space that someone else created for hundreds of millions of years. Do you really think every flame god is as unlucky as me, running into you when I came out for a stroll and got caught? This." Xing Lu laughed dryly, and laughed with all his might. "All right, I was wrong. The main thing was that he was a little impatient, just a little bit, which caused him to mess up a little." The two origin energies clashed in the Eastern Sea, and almost flipped the Eastern Sea into the sky. After resting for a while to catch his breath, and when his body calmed down, Xing Lu let out a long sigh and took out the treasure map again. Looking at the markings on it, he murmured, 1, 2, 3. "What is this?" Hearing this, Xianlei curiously went over. He saw Xing Lv lay the treasure map flat on the ice surface, waved his hand, and projected the three-dimensional shadow of the god world from it. He stared at a point on the map, and then projected his line of sight onto the three-dimensional image, locking his gaze on the bottom of the god realm. "Xianlei, do you see it? There's a strange energy source there." "I see it very clearly." The black energy clouds rolled, and a black thunderbolt stretched out like an arm, and then pointed at the three-dimensional image, the bottom of the huge floating island, the middle of the middle, and was silent for a moment. "I don't know what it is, but it's not us. From the treasure map, it seems to be an energy source." Lord Observer said that the treasure map is the result of the God Realm's self-observation on this picture scroll, constructed by the rules. There should be something there that the God Realm has sensed, and to be able to exist there, it's basically related to this world itself. I'm very curious." Xing Lu scratched his head and counted his current target, his eyes flashing. "Xianlei, I'm very curious, what should we do?" Curiosity not only kills cats, it can also kill a group of gods. The black clouds rolled, and Xianlei's indifferent voice came. "Lord Observer says." "Then, I'll ask them first." Hearing this, Xing Lv laughed dryly and immediately stopped himself from following his curiosity to investigate the results of the search. He found the soul seeds of the two people. "Hui de, grandson. Come hit me. Eat my taunt. If you continue to move energy indiscriminately and disturb the trajectory of my attack, I'll blow you up as well. There can't be two people on one mountain." "Wushuang, go to the side." Xing Lu and Xianlei. "Looks like there's a lively fight over there.